Welcome everybody to Legendary Tales. We are back without a Dov run, but there's a reason for that. Does anyone want to do a recap? I can do a recap if I have to.
I can do a recap this time. I've not done it yet.
Oh, okay.
The group, we decided to travel to Post on Hill via airship, as we know that the Wave Master should be there. Rom turns into Kaer Thalash, a noble-looking dragonborn. He goes to meet the noblemen nearby, and they turn out to be lizard shapeshifters like Rom. Real shifty people, actually. Before getting onto the ship, they see a giant lizard man. He is Xal Zarek, primal envoy of the Utotl. Before going to the college looking for the Wave Master, we decide to make a few stops. First by Rudy's in the alchemist house, then by a temple of water, and they find out from the priest that there is an aboleth on the loose on the college, and they have to find a way to send it back to the water plane. Once inside the college, they find a group of scum, which are creatures that follow the aboleth around. They start hearing a voice in their head beckoning them to come closer, but they snap out of it eventually. While exploring the rest of the college, they find the room that seemed to have some sort of portal, and they pull Karis the Wave Master through it. He has an artifact that Dovron throws at the aboleth, which closes the portal and gets rid of it, and all the scum around are also gone. And all that's left is a pile of bodies from the school's people. The headmaster shows up looking translucent as he's been touched by the aboleth and can only breathe water. And Akshun has then called the water priests that come over to the college, and they turn the headmaster back to normal. And then we had a snap ending to that one. So we are standing around a priest, a couple of priests, and a headmaster that only just is regaining consciousness. Or he's asleep. He was asleep, but he was stable. That was it.
Yes, he was asleep but stable. As you guys are sitting here having this conversation, the headmaster wakes up for a moment and basically says to Karis, he says, "Well, they could stay here. I will deal with our former colleagues." And he sort of stands up. He looks a little bit weak. He takes out a little potion from his satchel that he has, and he drinks it, and he seems to gain a little bit more vitality back. And as he's doing this, he sort of conjures up a spell, and it pulls all of the dead into it, and he sort of pushes they get shrunk into this tiny little black orb, and he picks up the black orb and puts it in his bag, and he looks at it and he says, "You're more than welcome to stay the evening." And as you're sitting here talking to the Wave Master, Shakshana, or Karis, looks directly at Sorshana, and with an awkward smile says, "I don't think I told you, but it appears that your colleague in Olive Shoals has sent someone to meet you upon your next leg of the journey. Let me go retrieve him." And he sort of walks off and down one of the other hallways, and brings back what can only be described as one of the shadiest people that you have ever seen in your life. And if Filson would like to introduce himself, you're more than welcome to do that.
Okay, yeah, so you see me, I'm coming in, and all I'm wearing is I'm topless, and then I've just got these very large pants with a sort of a waistband around it that sort of seems to carry a lot of things, but it's covered by a cloth, so you don't really know what I'm sort of carrying on me, but you can see it's a lot. I'm packing. There's a lot down there, and so I just sort of step in, and I just sort of I just stare at you, and I wait for you to initiate conversation. As it's clear that I'm not really ready to sort of say anything to these people to you that I've never met before.
What are you packing down there, my friend?
Well, I look straight back at you, and I do not answer the question.
Who are you?
I sort of stare at you for a few seconds, and then I simply reply, just very sort of quietly under my breath. Filson.
Where did Karis go? Is he still with him?
Yeah, he's just hanging out. Just
Karis, who is this? Who told you to get that person?
The only thing that he's told me is that someone from Olive Shoals sent him so that you could have a sort of ambassador to Breach or something. I don't really know. Oh, by the way, and as you guys are looking around, Davron has sort of escaped in a way. And Tiki climbs up on Akshun's shoulder, and there's like a little scroll attached to Tiki.
Oh, interesting. Can I open it to read it?
Sure. As you begin to read, and I'm going to try to do Davron's voice as well as I can, but I'm not, no promises here. Friends, I must apologize. If we have not grown close enough to call each other that, then my apologies. I bid you farewell for the moment. If we have grown close enough to call each other... Oh, wait, that's... Okay. I have gone ahead to Breach. I am well known there by the powerful and destitute, and in Breach there's little in between. When I left, my enemies were not as powerful, but while on my journeys I have found more and more evidence of their growing strength, and I fear I must face a reckoning. If you come, that reckoning will surely pull you in as well, and though I fear some eyes may have already seen and tied you to me and what's to come. I never knew the name of the man who owned me when I was a slave in the mines of Breach, but now I believe that I know that man to be Ebon Strong, though I doubt he ever saw my face. His company still owns many mines, but he will remember the name of the bugbear that burned it to the ground and freed the rest of my kind. That is what we must face, and I implore you to think carefully before you come. There are many in Breach who still will shelter me, and you, if you need assistance, look for the alchemist's sign of silver in yellow on shelters in the Breach. Ask for Eternus, and they will help you if they can. I will head to gather information, and I can allow you safe passage into Breach. Find me later in Lonesome Pit if you decide to come, and make sure to burn this letter.
I show the letter to the rest of the group, and I say, guys, I think we might have an imposter. I think Delvron got been kidnapped. I've never seen him speak or write this many words.
I believe that it is from Davron, and as I say that, I will do... I'll produce a flame and I burn the letter.
Okay.
I gotta do it. I gotta do
Okay.
it.
So I have written down that I was searching the rooms at this point.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I've produced many.
Did I find anything? Did I find anything in those various rooms?
You produced many flames.
So Shauna just produced
Go
all
and
the
make,
flames.
Go ahead and make like 3 investigation checks for me, please.
Right.
Sorry, I thought it wasn't working.
You find like a handful of letters and like some other like awkward correspondence from the former students of the college. Some heirlooms, a lot of stuff that's generally not worth a whole lot.
Okay. The Rom will walk in at this point, just kind of grumbling. These stupid students, their stupid poor ways, nothing of value in this. What the hell are you doing, Sorshana? And what the hell is that? And he's gonna
I'm
point
burning
at
a letter.
he's gonna point at whatever. Would I know what that is, by the way?
Make a nature check to see if you know what you know. The only 2 things that you know about. Wow,
What the hell is that?
That's
I'll do a nature check.
even you're not sure what Filson is.
Well, that's Filson, and I don't know what he is. He showed up, and Kara said he's here to be an ambassador. Isn't that right, Filson?
I just simply stare back at you, and again, no need to say anything to that.
Are you sure that's not Dovron and he can shapeshift?
No, Dovran
We
would
do
have
a
said
lot
something. Dovran would have said something stupid by now. This one is
Do
too
you really
solid.
think Dolvron could keep secrets?
He's kept the Arcana's core pretty protected till now. Which, by the
That's
way,
fair.
now that he's gone,
Good point.
what the heck do we do?
Did he
Wait,
take it with
what's
him?
his name? Filson?
Filson.
I need each of you to make.
Filson, say something stupid.
I need.
I
Go
mean,
ahead.
I just look at you. I don't say anything. I've not said anything to that. I'm just staring.
I
at
need
you.
each of you to make an investigation check, please.
Maybe he doesn't need to say something to be stupid.
All three of you notice that the Arcanus crystal is gone. The Arcanus core is gone. And 5,000 gold is gone.
What?
What? Wow. I think we should go get Dovron. I'm not gonna be 5,000 gold down, and I don't know what to do with Filson over here. Karis, is he, like you said, he is some kind of ambassador? Is he supposed to, like, help? Or who is he an ambassador for from Olive Shoals? Whose ambassador is he?
I'm messaging you, Filson. Hold on.
That thieving, fuzzy son of a bitch.
I didn't think Dovron had it in him, to be honest. Just take off with 5,000 gold like that. We needed to make the box.
I think the 5,000 gold was for the box. Actually,
Exactly.
yeah. I mean, the only person that could make the box is translucent right now, so I'm a little confused. Although I did.
No. The Lucas person is a breach. He could make the box.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, maybe that's what he's going for. You know, Dovran
Yeah.
was always very concerned about the safety.
That's
so-
true. That is true.
Yeah, but if he goes and bargains by himself, he's not going to get a good deal.
He is not. He's gonna give things away. Probably. We should. Well, we should first check in with Karis, because Karis, we had to find you for a pirate, and if you don't let that pirate know that you are okay, one of us is in very deep trouble, and it's not me.
That'd be me. Raise my hand. I would be in big trouble. How did we get you in contact with you with Captain Armstead, I believe? No friend of yours.
Oh, he's actually a good friend of mine. And as you're looking around and looking at like the crowd, you know, Sorshana, that he's 100% telling the truth, because your dreams for a long, just say dreams, Kalashtar can't dream, but when you do go to sleep, you do have like these sort of visions of like the waves and like just being on the ocean, and you've never seen every person that ever exists in your sort of visions has a symbol relegated to them by your core eye. And as you're doing that, you're looking at Karis, and his symbol is that of an anchor.
Okay.
And any time that you looked at any of the crew, most of them are just like bloodshot eyes, or some sort of weapon like a sword, or there's a lot of things that make up all of your visions, and like the symbols are entirely too much to track. But you recognize Karis as the anchor symbol from your.
Do I see a symbol on Filson?
Make an insight check for me, actually. Now that to see real quick. It's not that you see a symbol. It's just that his person The upper half, like the exposed skin of him, is just covered in a sort of black, I don't want to say aura because it's a little bit of a non-description, but there's sort of like a black sun behind him that sort of has like not tendrils specifically, but sort of wisps of black smoke almost come from behind him.
Would that make me not trust him? Like, would I know it's inherently bad or good?
If your core eye generally does not show you it doesn't show you visions for people that it considers hostile to you.
Okay.
Unless they are very important to what you're doing. But seeing as how you've never seen Filson before or heard of him or anything else, it's just a little bit...
I know he's important somehow, but I don't know why.
Yes.
Basically. Yes.
Well, Filson, we don't know what we're about to do, but would you like to join us? Actually,
Okay.
I don't trust you. What's under your pants?
So I
Jesus,
look
shouldn't
at
you
you
buy him a
again.
drink first?
I look at you and I say, Bear Baxter sent me. And again, please do not ask me what lies beneath the cloth.
Who sent you?
Baxter.
Oh, that son of a bitch, Hick. God damn it.
What's in it for him? Why did he send you, Filson?
So that you may bear the benefit of my knowledge regarding the upcoming area that we will be attending.
Okay.
You have any proof? You have any proof of any of this?
The proof stands right here next to me in Karis. If you trust them, you trust me.
Well, I don't trust
Is Garrus
anybody.
saying anything? Is he nodding? Is he doing anything? Or is he just standing there?
Karis is just sort of looking at you. He seems to be lost in thought. He breaks out of it for a second. And he says, well, I did receive correspondence from Bear Baxter about a week ago, saying that an envoy would be sent because the group should be here, is all it said. I didn't know that you were coming. I didn't know that your party was coming. All I knew is that someone was going to be sent from Bear Baxter, and it turns out 2 groups of people were sent to Bear Baxter, from Bear Baxter. So, here we are.
Okay, guys. It is time for a decision to be made. I turn to Ikshun and Rom. Where shall we go? Because we have a couple of places that we could go to. As we were on our way to... Wait a second, I'm trying to open a map at the same time. It's very difficult. We know that we're done in Post on Hill. So I'm down to get out of this place. This is way too creepy a place for me to be. As I'm not able to load the map. Oh, there we go.
Here.
I know that there's airships
I got it.
going via Endeavor. Wait, what was the road to Breach again? Do we have to go back to Union?
Yes, you do have to go back to Union. You can't get to the main city of Breach without going to Union. You can get to some of the smaller outposts from other places, but that, generally speaking, is incredibly expensive to do that.
Okay, guys. I think our best bet is to go back to Union and then to go to Breach to look for Dovron, because I don't trust him with the Arcana score by himself. It's not that I don't trust Dovron. I don't trust the people around him. Because he seems to be led by vengeance rather than by reason, and I don't like that.
Yes, anything to keep Dovron from spending our gold. I'm down to hunt him down. Say, Filson, was it? Do you have any sort of animal affinity or anything like that? It's sort of a thing with us.
Okay, so I look at you and I say, well, I do, but
Go on.
I cannot tell you.
Oh, very mysterious.
Do the pants that Filson's wearing touch the ground, or do they stop at the heel?
No, they're tucked into my socks.
That is very on brand. What do your shoes look like?
I don't wear shoes, but I do have this sort of material attached, sort of seemingly nailed into the bottom of my feet.
But does it look like human feet?
No, they're larger than normal, and his big toe is perpendicular to the rest of his toes,
What is perpendicular mean?
pointing inwards towards each other. And they both have they have a ring on. Different rings, though.
So
We see all of this through the sock.
No, I'm not, no, he's not wearing a sock. This, you see a bare foot, and then underneath the foot is just a layer of like this sort of reddish material that's about an inch thick, and it's just, you don't know how it's attached to the bottom of my foot, but it's there. There's something beneath my feet that sort of protects the base of my foot.
Philson, pardon me for being rude, but what are you exactly?
I mean, I look at you and I say, well, I don't tell you what animal I'm related to, and I'm certainly not going to say what I am, but what I do know is that I have much knowledge of the place, with regards to Breach, and I should be able to assist you when it comes to finding your friend. But I cannot tell you more than you need to know, and I'm just here to keep you alive, as that is what I've been sent to do, and that is what I will do. As always, with whatever I get involved in, I make sure I'm successful in.
perception check.
What are you trying to perceive?
I just want to tell if he's telling the truth.
That's insight, not perception.
Oh, sorry. Even better.
He's 100% telling the truth.
Right. Don't know what it is, but I like you. So I'm going to let you come along. Here's the deal. I'll fill you in the group, okay? I'm the
Must
leader.
be the pants.
I am the person tied to Duchess Francesca, who is currently leading us on these missions. I'm your all-important leader, so be sure to bodyguard me first. Over here is Sorshana. She's obsessed with animals and likes to turn into them as much as possible. And that giant hairball is generally just annoying. So make of that what you will.
Okay, so I just look at Cap with sort of a, sort of brows raised as if, this is someone telling me far too much information and things that I really don't care about. So I just look at him and stare back at the ground and start to look off into the distance in sort of, you're wasting my time kind of way.
Well, Rom, I think it's important that we pay your friend a visit back in Union, because I think either your liver or my arm or something important to me is on the line. And I'd like to settle that debt before we do anything else.
Karis, will you be joining us as well? On the way, we got Karis and Elix.
I will be paying my own way. In case you're wondering, I'm good for it. But
will you be paying our way as well?
no.
We came to save
I mean,
you.
if you would like me to add it onto your debt to Captain Armstead, I'm more than welcome. I could do that. Because I know about you, Romvalor. I know all about you.
Why does everyone we meet know all about me?
Even standing here, I'm realizing that you're not quiet about anything. I mean, there's no secrets here. You literally have told everyone everything so far.
I turn to Shoshana. Except us, we know nothing about Ramvalor.
I don't know anything about Romvalor. Everyone seems to know more than us.
Everyone we meet knows more about Ramvalor than we do.
All right,
Yeah,
Rom.
let's keep it that way, shall we?
Let's. What time is it? It was evening when we did it, so probably let's head to the inn, take a quick night's rest, and check out the boat times the coming morning. Next morning.
We actually have rooms in the college that we can put you in, and you notice that there are like these strange constructs that are sort of vacuuming up all the water, and they're sort of like a ring of metal. and then they have a sort of like field above them, and they're sucking up the water. And the water, as you're looking at it, is a sort of strange sheen. It has like a pearlescent coating inside of it, almost as if there's oil in the water, which there is oil in the water, but it looks different. It definitely is. It's different colors than it should be. The water was definitely not normal that you were standing in the whole time.
Do we feel safe in the college? Because I don't at the moment with all these things. I'd rather have a room at the inn. Or sleep outside.
Well, if we have to, I could get us rooms at the inn as well. So it's up to you.
Yeah, you have a best friend at the inn. That
Oh yeah, he loves you.
what's
The
that
old
about?
man in the old man in the young body. I mean, the other way around. The young boy in the old body.
That sounds just wrong.
Well, yes, we are friends, but I don't know if he told you, but it's sort of my fault that he's old, so he holds it against me, I guess.
I thought it was Barry, the alchemist. What's his
No,
name?
that's
Barry?
Rudy.
Rudy. Sorry.
He's got a lot of friends.
Well, it's Rudy. Rudy is a fantastic creature, and I respect him more than anyone here. Well, short of the headmaster, obviously, but...
Well, Filson, Rom, Action, do you guys have any preference of whether we sleep in the college, outside, or in the inn?
I don't care.
I say, well, this place is safe. I've visited here multiple times before, and if it helps, I'll stand watch during the night. As Filson has the ability to sleep with his eyes open and standing, so he's more than happy to offer up his services to make sure you're safe during the sleep.
Okay, Rom, Action.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah. Sleep wherever. I don't care at this point. Say, would you God, what was your name again? Filson? Filson, was it? Filson, do you think how handy are you in a fight?
Well, I at this point I do raise some of the cloth to sort of show off the shine from this magnificent, shotgun. It's got these incredible engravings that start to flare up and glow as I sort of reveal it, as I just sort of look back at him as he stares down underneath my cloth, and then I recover it with nothing said.
So he's carrying an actual firearm.
I don't suppose this is one of those my enemies or your enemies sort of relationships, is it?
My enemies are whoever pays the least.
The least.
All right, well
Okay.
then. All right, let's go. Let's go see Captain Armstead tomorrow or whenever, as soon as possible. I was thinking of other things, but yes, debt. Got to get rid of that.
Yep. So, yeah, I would like to take a room in the college then.
Okay, you guys get your room in the college, and you actually sleep peacefully all through the night. There's just some crazy, there's some crazy stuff that happens overnight. None of you sleep particularly well. You sleep okay, but you don't sleep very well because you're in the entirety of your dreams are overwhelmed, except for Filson, obviously, with the mad whispers of the aboleth have touched you. And you're sort of here, but it's every once in a while in your dreams or whatever it is that you're doing, you hear the mad whisperings of the aboleth every once in a while. But you awaken the next morning, and it's actually quite beautiful outside. It's super nice. You awaken the next morning, and there's like a sort of lounge directly across from your rooms. And the lounge is filled with breakfast foods and things like that. It appears that the staff of the college has come back to do maintenance and things like that. And they've also cooked food for these survivors. What are you doing?
I'm making my way down for breakfast, and I hope to find my party somewhere at breakfast as well. I'm looking out for my party while walking to breakfast.
Can I talk to the headmaster and inquire about any textbooks regarding dragons? I asked them. Well, the headmaster is no longer in service currently, right?
He is recovering at the moment.
Is there anybody that looks like they could answer and help me with my question?
I mean, you could ask Karis.
Yeah, Kiris. I wish to know a little bit more about the dragon at the south. I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but I'm one with a curious mind.
That would make sense, but this college does not have info on dragons because dragons don't have an affinity for water without specifically being born of it. And I don't think dragons naturally... I don't think there's any version of a dragon that has affinity to water. Except for maybe, like, a blue dragon. But that's an evil dragon. You don't want to mess with those guys.
Just thought I would ask. Thanks for the info.
For the text here, we don't have information about dragons. I'm not sure is the real answer to that question. So, I'm sorry I couldn't be of help.
That is okay.
Can I sort of step in, and because as I overhear the conversation, I sort of come over and I whisper that I can help. I've been here before. Let me get you something, and then I disappear in an attempt to retrieve a document that is going to assist us about the dragons that I know has been held here in the past. And also just in a way to start to introduce some of my abilities to the group and the use that I can be.
Okay. You appear a moment later with an old scroll case. It's very long. It's about 3 feet long. And it has a huge scroll in it. And it appears to be sealed. And not just like normally sealed, but fully wax sealed. And it may or may not have a magical enchantment on it as well.
Okay, and then I hand it over, and it remains sealed. Like so it's clear that my character is able to retrieve it and has been able to take it without any sort of detection. But I'm not going to help the group in terms of opening it. That's sort of up to them. Given in a way that I trust that they'll be able to handle that part rather than having to go further than I need to do so.
And Karis sort of looks at you and goes, I don't know where you found that, but we're going to keep it on the down low that I even know about this. We're cool, right? And he's looking at Filson like, we're good, right?
And I look back and I say, well, we're certainly not staying another night here.
Duly noted. All right. Let's eat. Let's get the rest of the party together, and we'll head to the tower. Then we'll get on our way to Union.
All right. When I see the rest of the group, I would like to bring up a different topic. Guys, when we were on the next boat we have to take has to go past, we have to go past Endeavor and then all the little towns. We have to take the long way around, I believe. Maybe we should make a side stop in Endeavor to see what's going on with the artifact that the lizard people were trying to find and the plague that they were on about. I'm curious. Maybe there's some money to be made now that we're down 5K.
Oh. Did you say money to be made?
Maybe.
Well,
Into Endeavor we go.
Is it really about the money that we need to make, or?
Say, Filson, how do you feel about very, very large lizard men?
I look back and I say, well, from where I come from, We don't deal with lizards. In fact, we kill them.
I burst out laughing and say, well,
Rob will
Rob.
shift very, very slightly. Yeah, it's filthy beasts, aren't they?
Good.
Rob will give Filson a nod.
So should we go to Endeavor, or is that not something that we should do?
We can if you guys want to. I actually was born in Endeavor, although I'm not really interested in going back, honestly. And last time I checked with the Big A upstairs, it seems like we aren't exactly needed in Endeavor. But if you guys want to go for sightseeing,
Can you check with the big person again? Maybe that changed because it's only an hour in advance. Yes.
what exactly do you want me to check? And it costs 25 gold per question. This is an expensive hotline. I wanted you to know. It's not a free
I'm
collect call
sure
here.
Dovron will pay you back.
Gotta spend money to make money.
What is the
how
one
about-
question we wish to ask?
All right, we have two options here. Either we ask if we can make a large amount of money in Endeavor with like,
Is that what your goal is?
or we ask if we are needed to help save the world or something, you know, moderate like that. In Endeavor, that is.
Ooh, I know. Ask him where we can make the most amount of money.
It's only yes or no questions, Rob. You should know that by now.
Come on, he's big. Big A sucks if he can only answer yes or no
Whoa,
questions.
whoa. No. Big Ace is intelligent. We have to be smart in terms of how we ask the question. Don't blame it on Big A.
All right, fine. Then ask him if there's more money to be made in Endeavor or Breach.
Now you're thinking. Okay. I would like to commune or agree and ask that exact question. Will we make more money in Endeavor or in... Actually, when I ask this question, do I speak the words out loud, or is it more of me kind of thinking and commuting in my head?
And by the way, set yourselves to full HP and full stuff.
Take a long rest.
Let me read augury real quick.
Here, let me post a spell.
No, I've got it. Oh, okay. I got it.
Oh wait, that's the wrong one.
Oh, I can. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
I receive an omen. I would guess this is more of an introspective kind of thing.
I would say so, yes.
Okay, then I ask, will we gain more knowledge at Breach? Will going to Breach gain more knowledge than going to Endeavor? Is my question.
And you immediately get the positive symbol for when you ask about breach.
Big A gives me a okay hand sign. Is that
Yep.
what's happening?
Yep. Big ol' thumbs up.
All right, guys. Just check with Big A. There's more money to be made at Breach.
Oh, well, let's go to the breach. What's the fastest route there? Let us waste no time. I see on the map, by the way, that there's also a path through the mountains. Maybe we should try to go through the wilderness and then through the mountains. By horseback.
I believe that is not the fastest way. Probably airship would be my guess.
Okay.
Although
Well,
I don't think airship reaches to Breach, does it? To our common knowledge.
It
we have to go to Union and then to breach, yeah.
Yep.
Right. So Rom Velour's friend first, and Union, and then Breach. Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah, it sounds like a plan. What do you think, Felson?
The sooner we go to breach, the better.
Okay. Well,
By the way,
let's,
Filson, thank you for the scroll. I will thoroughly examine this later.
Right,
Scroll?
I say shut up about the scroll.
He got you a scroll?
Yeah, he got me some scroll about dragons, I think.
What kind of scroll did he get you? What,
It's
can I
a
see
big
it?
old, it's a big old scroll.
Filson,
that-
can you get me any gold?
Filson,
I
we
searched
just had
all
a
over this
friendly
place. I
with,
couldn't find any.
5,000 gold pieces, and we're down a couple. Is there any way you can help us out here?
Ron Valor, did I hear you admit that you tried to steal from my dead colleagues? Is that what I'm hearing right now? Karis says, right as he's sitting literally next to you.
No, absolutely not. I was just looking if there was any gold on the ground. You know, slaying monsters and that sort of thing. Sometimes you find gold pieces around, and nobody claims it. Then why not?
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were those monsters your friends?
No. But my friends sacrificed their lives in order to keep the aboleth sealed. So, that being said, I don't appreciate that, Ron Valor. But, either way, let's be off. Let's get to the tower. I believe the next ship leaves fairly quickly to Union. So. And yes, I will purchase tickets for you so that you can calm down. Are you happy now?
Okay. That means I can finally ride the boat and not in a cat form. Let's go. And I get up from breakfast and I start walking towards the place where the boat leaves from.
Rom like holds out his hand for a fist bump to Sorshada.
Complain enough and you'll get your way. Is what we learned.
I'll give I give a fist bump back.
You guys make it to the tower, and it's like the large metal tower that's very reminiscent of what's in Union. And there is a ship just hanging out, waiting.
All right. Do we already have tickets? or-
Karis heads up, and he talks to the boatman, and he comes back down. He says, we all have passage. I have obtained passage on the ship directly to Union. It's going to take us a day to get there, but it's not really that much of an issue.
Oh, it goes directly. It doesn't go through all the crappy towns.
No, because this man is sort of a taxi. And he just happened to drop someone
Ooh.
off here and was waiting to see if anyone needed a ride.
Oh, let's go then.
Shoshana,
Is it a private one? Sorry.
Yeah, it is a private. It sort of is a private. It essentially is a private airship. It only fits about 8 passengers total. It's very small.
Shoshana, I grew up around here. I would appreciate not you calling places around here crappy towns. Thank you very much.
Hey, Endeavor is still bigger than the rest of the crappy towns. Don't be too disheartened.
Okay, all right, thank you.
At that moment, Rom kind of walks in. Thank God to be out of these hick towns into a real city.
Goddamn.
So yeah, on the boat we go. And I guess we are 6 people with that are coming. Because Karis is coming with us. And so is Elix and us 4, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go.
For the first time ever, you actually get on the airship as a person and not an animal.
Yay!
How's it feel? Is it weird? Is it a weird thing?
The ships looks a lot smaller. Obviously, it's a smaller ship, but now it's even smaller because I'm bigger.
Sure. And surprisingly, you're able to make it to Union without any issues. He actually flies relatively close to the ground. The sights that you see are fantastic.
Are there animals to be spotted?
I knew that was happening. Go ahead and make a perception check, please.
Alright, give me a sec, huh?
And if you expect me to add them to your shapeshifting library, I am not doing it yet.
That's
But
fair.
if you would like to make a note that you have witnessed a normal-sized buffalo,
Okay.
And a herd of deer, just chilling, white-tailed deer. Make a note so that I can add them later.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, look, Sarshana. Now you can turn into venison if we run out of food.
I produce some good berries, and I give Rom a berry. Shut up and eat your berry. Where's my berry? Where's my berry? Oh, there it is. There you go. I give everybody a berry because we're gonna be here the whole day, right?
Yep.
I give everybody a berry.
What else are you guys doing? Is anyone else doing anything else?
I'm eating my berry, looking for animals.
I'm just standing, sort of looking out over the side of the airship. Again, very impatient, but also very stoic.
I would like to look at the scroll thing that I was given. Does it look like magical in nature that requires some sort of way to unlock, or how does that work?
Say that one more time.
I would like to open the scroll that I was given.
You attempt to peel the wax off the top of the scroll, and you peel it off, and it just sort of reforms as soon as you start peeling it off the top of the scroll case.
Okay.
Do I see that this is happening, by the way? That he's doing that?
I'm not trying to hide it. I'm just doing it out in the
Okay.
open. Yeah.
Hey, Action, I can help you with that, maybe. I can dispel some magic, if you need me to.
Yeah. Let's give it a try.
Alright, I tried to dispel magic on the thing.
You dispel the magic on the scroll, and the wax sort of peels off and falls to the ground. And the scroll case is now able to be opened.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
sick. Thank you so much. What's in it? Or is it more of I need to read it?
You pop the top of the scroll case off, and a cold mist begins to bellow from the top of the scroll case.
Uh-oh, close it!
No, I'm not closing it.
Oh.
Can I open it further?
Sure. What?
I regret everything.
Come here.
So what happens?
I take a step back.
You pull the scroll case out, and it is extremely cold to the touch. Like, frozen. And as you peel... what languages do you speak? Action?
Let me check. Is it? Sylvan, Primordial, Common, Elvish, Giant, and Neonin.
You do not speak Draconic.
Do I... I speak Draconic. Do I recognize it? I did take a step back, but do I recognize any of it?
You do.
Alright. I glance over, like, with half an eye, that's Draconic there, Shun.
Please
Interesting.
translate for me.
But I don't want to hold that. That looks very spooky.
I will hold it
to.
towards you, and I kind of like aim the mist towards her.
Okay, I will try to read from a distance. What do I see?
At the very top of it, you actually see, at the very top of it, it's a story and the retelling of the dragon Shanxi.
Would I know who that is?
From the description, it tells the story of an ancient white dragon that had no home because it suddenly appeared in the world. So it decided to have a home and sent itself south over the desert and established itself in the area now known as the Frozen Heart. And it tells of a great wind that froze all of the denizens solid, and they keep watch over the land and things like that.
Okay. Well, that's what it says, Akshun.
That's good to
Hope it
know.
helped you.
Yeah, I've been researching this dragon for a bit, and now we have a name. It's Shanshi. Thank you so much.
What is the name? Shanshi?
Shanshe.
And I probably just spend the rest of the trip just looking at the scroll, even though I can't read it. Just
It
kind of
is
marveling at it.
actually elegant. It's like the edges of it have like gold leaf, and it's not printed. It's actually in script, and it's one of the most elegant and amazing things you've ever seen. Even though it's completely cold to the touch the whole time you're touching it and like you're reading it, it never gets warm. It stays cold the entire time.
Yeah, I'm in nerd mode, just ignoring everyone else.
Okay.
I will be doing my practicing with my poisoner's kit and protection from poison on. I'm just gonna keep on learning this thing until
Go ahead and make an raw intelligence ability check, please.
Ooh.
You're able to get yourself like a basic numbing poison, like almost like a topical anesthetic. You don't have the materials. The materials for like actual poison, like detrimental, like toxin and things like that, are incredibly expensive.
Sure.
So you're just working with basic things that you can make, like topical anesthetics and things like that. And you've made a fairly decent amount, enough that I'll let you add an item that essentially can, you have one charge of something that can stabilize someone immediately. You may not have wanted it, but it's a sort of poison that makes it so that they don't feel pain. So at minimum, you can sort of stabilize them through the pain. You made a topical painkiller.
okay.
And I will let you gain. You've gained a little bit of way into proficiency with it. So
Sure. Would at some point in time, I'm just going to run out of. Am I going to run out of poisons, like new things that I can learn with this? Unless I have new. 'Cause right now, I'm
yes,
basically just doing it just to kind of learn it.
at some point, you will need to refresh your supplies.
Okay.
But right now, it's not an issue. I will let you know
Cool.
that I'm not going to go, oh, you don't have enough to do this. I'm going to say, if you're in town, you might as well go look for some stuff. It's going to cost you like 2 or 3 gold to replenish your basic learning stuff. But Karis also, Karis goes and talks to the pilot. He comes back to you guys and he says, well, I've actually gained us passage. We're going to immediately transfer to another ship upon landing that will take us directly to Breach.
Karis, you gotta find a way to get in contact with your pirate friend though, because otherwise one of my friends is gonna lose an arm or a leg or a liver or something.
I've got it. I am being dropped off, and I'm meeting Captain Armstead at the base of the tower.
Oh, you're not coming with us?
Nope. I cannot go to Breach.
I make a sad face.
And
Because I'm
he sort
disappointed,
of
son.
he sort of grabs your hand with both of his in like the very endearing way, and looks at you straight in your eyes, and he says, "Don't worry about me." And he takes his hand away, and he actually left something in your hand.
Ooh. I tried to. I'll conceal it until we're on the boat.
You're still on the ship, but as
Yeah, we're on the ship on the way in.
Oh, okay. As you guys are approaching, it's not that it takes it does take the whole day to get there. So you guys arrive very late in the evening, probably 10 or 11 p.m. And there's another ship immediately waiting for you because in Union, stuff happens all the time. It's one of those like 24-hour cities, like probably the only one on the entire continent. Karis bids you farewell, both of you. He gives Sorshana a hug, and he sort of gives you like this this greeting that only you two can really share, and the fact that like you're super close because you're Quori, and it's sort of like,
Yeah.
and every Kalashtar accepts that whether or not you're blood related, it doesn't matter. If you share that, you're basically brother and sister automatically.
Yeah.
And you guys share a sort of very sad goodbye as he descends to the bottom of the tower. And the next ship is already boarding.
Is it also a private ship, sort of small
This
ship?
one
Where's
is
the big ship?
definitely not.
Would I know what is in my hand when he puts it there? Does it have like a shape of something that I would recognize? Or if I don't look at it, I don't know what it is?
Go ahead and make a perception check, please.
Did I also notice the sleight of hand that was going on?
Not at all.
Did I notice that this was being given to Sorshana?
Both of you go ahead and make a perception check, please.
So I already rolled for it.
You did not see it, Ron Valor. Oh, Philson
Ooh.
did.
Okay, can I attempt to steal it from Sorshana without anybody noticing?
If it wasn't completely in her hand and closed, I would say yes.
Okay, so
I have
put
it
away,
enclosed
yeah.
in my
Okay.
hand.
Yeah, I'll put it
And
away,
so
okay.
Shauna, it feels like an actual like anchor charm, like a miniature anchor, like a ship's
Okay.
anchor.
I hold it, keep holding it. Because I feel that it's an anchor and it makes me feel close to Karis. Shakshana.
Shakshana, absolutely. And the next ship's like steward is waiting for you guys. You step outside, and like a few levels above, the next ship is actually boarding, and this one is definitely not a private ship. This is a rather large, passenger, essentially a passenger liner.
Are the places that we stay in, like the rooms that we get, are those like sleeping rooms? Is it like an overnight ship that is intended for us to sleep on it?
It is.
Alright, I will say goodbye to my party, and since this is the first time that I am riding a boat, an airship by myself as a person, I am very happy to finally have my own room, and I say good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Do we get our own rooms, or are we sharing rooms in like a bigger group?
For this ship specifically, there are like large bunk rooms that are shared, because generally speaking, the people that go to Breach are crews of miners or excavators or things like that. So they do have these large bunk rooms that sort of move out and go that way. But this ship doesn't have. It has like 2 of those, but they're already accounted for. And they're already taken, so you guys actually have each your own private room that Karis has set up for you guys.
Nice.
And
Rom's going to be
And,
scoping out everybody on the
There's-
ship and looking for any potential, richer types.
there's something about the suit. The second you get on here, make an intelligence check, Ron Valor. Okay,
Oh, dear.
there's something tugging in the back of your mind that that this ship is really nice for some reason. Action, you actually
feels right.
Action, you feel like there's definitely something lifted off your shoulders, like a burden has been lifted from your shoulders.
I just feel that. I don't know exactly why.
Yep.
Okay.
do I notice something as I walk towards my cabin place?
Not really, because you didn't have a debt on your head, and you didn't really have, you don't really have an issue. Philson, make a perception check for me. Actually, you already have your perception check as you're, heading onto the boat. You notice that there are a couple of people that that are currently, they're all just dressed like normal people. But, a handful of them have a sort of, a sort of, you know, when you sleep and you wake up and you have like the lines of the pillow on your face. These people have that sort of mark, except as if they're wearing masks before they got onto the ship.
Okay. How many of these people are there?
9.
9. And is it clear that they're all at sort of the same level, or does one look
Yes.
more distinguished than the others? No, they're all very... Okay.
They all look about the same.
Okay.
And one of them has the tattoo of a crow on his neck.
Only one.
Only one of them, yep.
Okay. Is it possible for me to try and get closer and listen to the conversation that one of them's having with the man with the crow on his neck,
Sure.
without them being aware?
Yeah, go ahead and make a stealth check.
Ooh.
Sure. As you're sort of like sneaking up onto this group of people and like you sit down because they're like a table on a very large, they're like very large round tables all around the lower deck of this where they would like eat food or whatever because the ship is designed for like long distance travel. And if anyone were to ask, it's going to take 3 days to get to Breach. As you guys are like looking around and stuff, this large dining hall type area, the rest of you sort of lose Filson in like this large crowd because it appears that this ship can hold anywhere between 150 and 300 people. So there's a lot of people everywhere. Filson, you go and sit down, and what you hear is a bunch of people speaking in Undercommon, a language that you actually speak.
So what are we gonna do if they're on the ship? Well, I don't know. If we do end up finding them, I assume that taking them to Mr. Strong would be the first option. And only option, seeing as how I don't want to get thrown in the pit. Unless all of you are willing to risk your lives for the fact that they may be on the ship and you didn't find them.
Okay. And then how long do they stay at this table? Do they start to break up, or do they just stay as a group?
The second he says that, they all look around at each other uncomfortably, and then they stand up and they begin to spread out.
Does the situation arise for me to try and approach one whilst they're alone and kill them and shove them off the edge of the airship without anybody seeing? Just one of them, not the main guy.
You're probably gonna have to tail them for a fairly decent amount of time, because the only way to get someone outside the ship would be for waiting for them to be on the upper deck, like the actual upper deck.
Yeah.
The outside exposed one. Go ahead and make a history check for me, please. Yeah. So as you're looking around, you're not really experienced with the layout of this ship specifically. So if you would like to tail them to try and push them off the ship, you're more than welcome to do that.
Yeah, I want to try and follow one of them.
All right. So while you're doing that, it's going to be like an hour or so on the first leg of the trip. Are you essentially going to try and do this for their entire group?
No, I only want to get rid of one of them in order, because I've obviously heard that they're here with sort of a motive, and I know, I've dealt with these people before, and I have to do something to sort of just mix things up for them, sort of force them to change their plans and objectives.
But you do know that this is the bounty hunter group known as the Raptors, and they are currently
I know it's incredibly dangerous, but I also know that I know that they're incredibly notorious and very successful. So I'm immediately just very, very worried for our group that these people are here, and I know that I have to do something before they're going to have any sort of opportunity to proceed with what I seem to overhear them planning.
Okay.
This actually works out perfectly because I was actually looking for Filson.
You would have to make an incredible perception check to find him.
Okay.
Ooh.
Close,
Not bad.
but not quite.
Ah.
Had you gotten it, you'd have to get at least a 26 in order to see him. So
Okay. If I can't find him, I'll go and find Sorshana. And
I need
Are you-
actually, Ron Valor, since you were looking around, did I have you made a did you make a perception check to look for your people, just to look around in general? No, you did not. But with that perception check you just made, I'm going to give it to you. You sort of notice that same thing as soon as Filson sort of disappears into the shadows. You do notice that there's a man with a large crow tattooed on his neck, and he sort of covers it up as he looks around. As well as a bunch of people that look like they have been wearing masks for a long time, but have taken them off recently.
okay. I will just casually walk over to wherever the rooms are, wherever Sorshana and Akshun's rooms would be. Because Sorshana, are you still in your room?
I'm in my room. I'm studying the anchor that I have gotten, and I'm trying to make sense of it.
As you're looking at the anchor, it's actually made of pure red jade.
Would I know that it has any sort of significance other than it being an anchor?
It's the anchor that represents Shakshana, as well as it doesn't appear to be magical in nature, but red jade is naturally has a sort of magical aura about it and is exceptionally easily enchanted. So it's basically a medium of material that can be enchanted very easily, because most magical weapons have to be very, very high quality in order to be enchanted. This just can be enchanted because of the material it's made of.
Okay. I'll tuck it away when I hear Rom approach, and I'll make sure it's secure in my pockets, and I open the door because I think Rom will probably be knocking.
Akshun, what are you doing?
In my room, just reading. Not really with people at the moment. I don't know if my room is near the others though.
Your rooms are relatively close to each other, probably the same hallway, if not not actually next to each other.
Yeah, not exactly doing much. Maybe bonding with Tiki. Just
Playing with them or whatever.
yeah, just a little bit of downtime.
Playing catch.
Gross. At mid-knock, Rom sees Sorshana, open the door, and okay, Sorshana, first of all, are you a fan of scams?
What do you have in mind?
I've got a ruse that I did once with a partner, and it could get us some good money with some of these, richer types here on the ship. I'll talk to you about that later. First of all, though, do you remember the bounty hunter thing they were talking about? The animal bounty hunters? Do you remember that? I'm sure you do. You're obsessed with animals.
Vaguely, yes.
Well, I think they're here.
What? On this ship?
Yeah, I saw a guy with a raven tattoo.
Well, shit,
Not
they're
the-
after us, right?
Yeah, they are.
Well-
Rom will step in and change forms. He'll close the door and change forms into Karathalash.
All right. Care. Do they not know this form of yours?
Very well. And then he'll transform into he'll get just a bit taller, and he'll turn real green. He'll turn into an orc.
Oh, nice.
Whoa!
Hold on. Hold up. I
Hold
have
up.
to change the name. I think it's this one. Sorry, hold on. We're not Ron Valor. You are Gur.
Grrr.
No, I don't think I've ever seen Gur, right? All right, so who are you now?
Me grrr.
Well, Gur, you're sure that they do not know Gur?
Gur only used when fight.
Okay. Well, that's good. Then they won't be able to recognize you. I think I could turn into an animal and they won't be able to recognize me. But do they know we are on the ship? First of all?
Where is Filson right now? Are you still tailing one of the guys?
Yeah, I'm still wherever he is. You know,
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm
So
still
you're
following
okay.
this guy.
Okay, just verifying.
Just sort of in the distance, you know, he has
Yep.
no idea. You know, I'm just.
Oh
sort
no, with the 26 stealth, no, he
Yeah.
doesn't.
Yeah.
There's no fucking way he knows that.
Yeah, but I'm sort of tailing multiple of them because I'm looking for one of them to sort of get into an opportunity that I'm going to be able to kill him off without anybody noticing. So you know, I've sort of got in the corner of my eyesight, you know, a few of them along sort of the hall or corridor, wherever they're sort of at this current moment in time, just
They're
waiting
all-
to see who goes alone.
From your experience, these are the worst bounty hunters that you've ever seen because none of them are particularly A, perceptive, and B, good at knowing where to look for people. Right? So they're just sort of
Okay.
awkwardly like patrolling in a sort of way. And as you're standing there, one of them sort of moves up onto the deck. Make an insight check for me, please. You have a what? Okay. I mean, +9 to insight. You know, that's fine. It's a perfectly reasonable amount of insight. As you're getting up there, you're like looking, and it appears that this guy is addicted to some sort of smokable substance. You're not really sure what exactly it is, because in this world there's about 6 or 7 that people prefer. Whether it's sort of consistent with some sort of opiate or cannabis or something. There are sort of equivalent smokable things. You're not really sure which one this is, but this guy does appear that he needs to go outside every once in a while. So if you had a chance, now would be your chance.
Okay, so we're up on the. Is there anyone else around?
No, people don't like going outside on airships, especially at nighttime. Because the area that you're currently going over is very much about, it's not that it's cold, but it's just uncomfortable.
Okay.
It is summer,
And
but
it-
it doesn't mean it's not cold.
And how close to the edge is he standing?
He's literally like leaning on the side of the ship.
Okay.
And you guys have just departed. You're about an hour from having departed. And yeah, it's quite not a good look.
And how's sort of the layout, the build of the ship? Like, if I am to try and kill him, will people on lower decks notice? Like, does it sort of tear out? Like, is he going to land on a deck, or is he going to go straight
Oh
off
no,
the
he's
edge? Is it
straight out,
flush, the side?
straight off the edge.
Sure. Okay,
The only place
yeah.
it bows out is in the back where they had to set the engines. So like the propulsion on these airships is sort of jet propulsion in a way. Some jets keep it upward, and then some jets keep it moving forward. And seeing as how this was formerly a combat ship, your character's unfamiliar with the layout. But all the airships in this universe are warships that have been retrofitted to be passenger liners or cargo ships or whatever. But they can go fast. But since no one here is really trained or understands how that works, they have lowered the engine to be like relatively fast. You get what I mean? But where you're currently pushing him out would be straight down, and it's gonna be a minute before he hits the ground.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna go up to him, and I'm gonna attempt to just straight up push him off the edge, without any use of weapons.
Okay, go ahead and make me a sort of we're gonna have an opposed check, but it's gonna be like your when you go to your I'm trying to think of what skill would fit besides athletic, because your character
I mean, I can use a weapon. How loud is it? Like, how loud is the airship from outside? Like, would I get away?
It is so loud here that if you guys were to talk to each other, he wouldn't hear you.
as in, could I get away with using my shotgun?
Oh yeah,
To,
100%.
without anyone sort of hearing anything because of the noise of the engines and whatnot. Sure. So I step up to him and I get the shotgun out and I point it straight into the back of him, with the intention of killing him and then instantly disposing of the body off the edge.
All right, go ahead.
But
and
I blast him on the top half with the hope that as soon as I kill him, he's going over, so there's not going to be any sort of blood or anything that remains on the deck. It's going over the edge. So it's sort of like a push and a shotgun down.
You're a master of killing people without other people
With
understanding what's
exactly.
happening.
There's going to be no trace.
Go ahead and make a shotgun attack at advantage. So when you click on it, it's going to ask you for advantage. You can click normal advantage or just click advantage.
Oh, wait, have I messed it up? Oh, I click damage or attack?
No,
it?
attack. And
Attack.
then click advantage.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Okay, now go ahead and roll damage. And then now go ahead and click your sneak attack and click damage on that as well. Oh, yeah. This dude was dead before he even flew off the ship. 100%. He was just... You literally pointed at his back, hit him straight in the spine, and he is flayed, and he just sort of drifts. Like, you blast him, and, like, his top half moves way faster than his bottom half. It just goes... And all you hear is... It's sort of a... And the fact that you literally put it into, like, you... I imagine that you sort of run up and you jam it into his back so that his body acts as a suppressor. It's just...
Yeah.
And both...
Yeah.
the single barrel just eviscerates this dude, and he flies off the ship. There's no blood. There's no... Everything was sort of encased inside of him, and he sort of falls off the edge.
Okay. And whilst I do that, am I also able to reach around and just before I blast, grab the whatever he's smoking out of his hand, and then sort of take a puff whilst his body falls down, look over the edge, and goes, "Smoking kills, and then I toss the paraphernalia away.
I'm just gonna give. I'm not gonna make you roll for that. I'm just gonna let it happen.
Okay. So I'm also slightly high right now. Is that possible? Like whatever drug he was smoking, I've just taken a big puff of it.
Go ahead and make a.
I don't know what it is. It doesn't matter. I've just
go
taken
ahead and make a
puff.
Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Take a. Which one's that?
Constitution saving throw. So click on Constitution on the left side.
Oh yeah.
And then click saving throw.
Okay. And normal, yeah.
Yeah, you're high as shit right now.
Okay.
You're like, oh my. You immediately recognize it as a sort of downer. It's a drug that's designed to bring you down. Sort of an anxiety killer.
Okay.
Oh, and I'm 100% giving you inspiration for that as well. 100%. So on your character, you see on your picture on the bottom right, there's a little dice. Click the dice. It should say inspiration 0. There you go. What that means is at any point in this session, you can use your inspiration to reroll anything.
Okay.
So that was wow. The role playing there was just.
Is he now addicted?
No. This specific.
I've had it before, right?
Yeah, you've not. It's not that you've had it.
Oh.
It's just that it's
Built in parties.
It's very common. So it's not like yeah. The more
I'm sort of disappointed because it's it's some of sort of the cheap rubbish,
Oh yeah,
it's not good stuff.
No, this is like a terrible version of what what he could have had. Could have been potentially way bigger or way more potent than what you had. It's like you just feel sort of mellowed out now.
Okay, so then I sort of just sneak back to my room.
Okay. Are you sneaking, or are you just gonna go ahead and make a stealth check for me, please?
Yeah, with the intent, I'm trying to get back to the room without any of the group. From when they lost me in the dining room to not knowing that I went anywhere else other than sort of he disappears, he's back to the room. But
it's not. You don't quite make it back to the complete. You don't make it completely back to the room. You make it to the dining hall. no one is even there. And the second you enter the dining hall, it's sort of like, but what you do realize is that you're high as shit. So you thought you were sneaking, but you're like just like walking like all like as if you're good to go. You just killed someone. You're like, I'm fine with this.
Is it the Leo DiCaprio where he's just
pretty much? And you enter the dining hall, and then you remember, oh yeah, I'm not supposed to be acting like that, but it's fine. You get back to the dining hall, and none of the bounty hunters appear to be here at the moment. But they don't really know where you came from, because the airship is huge. It's a massive airship. Imagine having like 80 plus individual rooms on a ship is going to be a very long and massive ship. So
Yeah.
And that's essentially what is everyone else doing? Sorshana and
I believe Sorshana just asked me a question.
okay.
Yeah, I'm with Gur, and I think I asked Gur if they don't know it. No, you don't know to fight. What did I ask? I forgot what I asked.
You asked me if they were looking for us, and I was going to ask Devin, was I able to tell if they were looking for us?
Go ahead and make
Did they know we're on the ship? Yeah.
make an insight check for me, please.
Can I also have Akshin just knock on the door and join the conversation at this point?
Sure.
Are all our rooms around, like next to each other?
They're next to each other. They're not adjoined. They're not.
No, but he would have heard us be in our rooms.
They are
I guess.
adjacent, but they are not joined together. Yes.
I would assume you guys are in your rooms. I'm just gonna check nearby. So I guess you hear a knock on Shoshana's door at this moment.
I opened the door. I was like, well, come in as well, actually. It's first time having a solo room, but sure.
Who is this
Three of
big
us.
green fuck?
Oh,
Man?
This is Gur. It's Rom's newest.
Me, girl.
Okay, well, I guess since the Overon left, we do need a quota of stupid to be met, so there you
Well,
go.
actually, the reason that Gur is Gur at the moment is because he found out that there was the bounty hunters group is on this boat, the bounty hunter group that is looking for us. I don't know if they know that we're on the boat, though, but it is very spooky that they're here.
And Ron Valor, you're not really sure if they know that you're here or not. And Filson, oh, you're muted, Cap.
Very well.
As Filson, as you're coming in, you see Akshun going into a room with a huge orc, and Sorshana's just sort of sitting there, and then Elix Heartsinger makes her way that way. So you can see that the whole party is all together right now.
Okay. I see. I sort of see this orc, and then I'm starting to sober up a little bit. So I just sort of go, oh, dude, I know that I'm out of it, so I just don't really assume anything from seeing an orc. I'm just like, all right, it's just another one of those, images that I see when I'm in this sort of. To just go back to my room rather than join the group.
Yep. Okay. Elix Heartsinger shows up, and the only reason that you know that is because she doesn't have the same coat on before, because you said, you're like, I don't know about that coat or whatever. So she actually sort of changed the way it looks to not look the same. It still looks like it's made out of leather, but it's like black leather, and it sort of has a high collar. And she has like a different jacket on, but the pants and boots are sort of the same. Sort of the same. Sort of the same overall look. It's just that her jacket has changed, and she's changed herself into like a very butch, sort of strong-looking woman. Her face is relatively the same, but she has like really dark long black hair.
All right, and I recognize it's Elix. Drag her inside too. I look down the hallway to before closing the door. Do I see anybody?
You see Filson going into his room.
Yo, Filson, don't you want to join us?
I just slam the door behind me.
I'll take that as a no. All right.
Gray man rude.
Great bodyguard. Thank you. Close the door, and I'll turn to the party. So what's up, Elix?
Well, it would appear that the raptors are here. I believe they're looking for us, but I don't know.
Old news. What news can you tell us? Do you know where they're staying? How many they are here with?
The last time I counted, there were 9. But it would appear that most of the raptors have appeared. I'm not sure if the hawk is here. That's the only person that I can't really... I don't know.
Gur is looking at his fingers one by one, counting very slowly up to 9.
The hawk and the crow are the only ones that I verified. But outside of the other raptors, I don't know. We just need to be real careful, especially being 3 days here.
Is there need for us to leave our rooms, or can we stay in our rooms the whole time?
I mean, we'd have to order room service or so, unless you have food for us. I don't, and there's no...
I got berries. I can
I
make
mean-
berries every day.
I mean...
Feed their berries.
I mean, berries... who... Oh, my God. Is that Ron Valor? Of course it is.
Yeah.
Hello,
Very
spooky lady.
Well, that being said, as long as Akshun is good with it, I can inform Filson if we want to keep him updated. I'm pretty sure he has his own thing he's doing, and I'm perfectly fine with letting that creepy shit do whatever it is that he does. He makes me nervous. I don't know about y'all, but he makes me physically uncomfortable. Uh-oh. Okay, we didn't lose.
Gur like gray man.
Well, yeah, Ron Valor, you're both dicks. It makes sense. But that being said, if we can keep our stuff low, if we can lay low for the next 3 days, we will make it to Breach just fine. But just for my sake, please, just keep yourselves out of the light.
Well, seeing as how I can't turn into other things like you guys can, I think it's best for me to at least stay in my room.
Yeah.
Maybe you guys can
bring
bring me food.
Actually,
Yeah.
Akshun, you and I are gonna switch rooms. Because I have sort of registered us under different names. But that being said, some people can extrapolate information more easily than others, and I'm fairly certain the crow is not an idiot. So, that being said, it's supposed to be a young human woman staying in my room, or at least, exactly. So you stay in my room, I'll stay in yours, so that if they come in, they will be mistaken, if you get what I mean.
Can I use a disguise kit on somebody else?
Yeah, of course.
Gur have changey change. He looks around.
What are you gonna change me into? I assume you're trying to change me.
Gur will think. He'll look frustrated. He'll turn Rom back to Rom. He's like, for fuck's sakes. I have a disguise kit. I could probably, like you're all fuzzy and stuff, so it's not going to be perfect, but
Well,
I can make you look like something other than you.
You know what we could do? We could try and at least change him a little bit. Well, realistically, if you look at it the right way, we could make him look like one of those fellas from the Scarlet Sands. I don't think it'd be that difficult. I mean, you sort of have the same shape, except you're a little bit, let's be real, a lot more muscular
More
than one of
fuzzy.
them little tabaxi boys.
I am shorter than most Leonins, so
Well,
that could
but
work.
they're tabaxi and not Leonin. You fit the profile of a tabaxi more than a Leonin.
Exactly.
And you wouldn't necessarily be at the Nez level, but we could at least fake it and put you at probably a cool level. Well, you're not a sorcerer, are you?
I could do some magic, but the station doesn't matter to me. Safety matters more. I
So
don't care what I am.
let's make you let's get you a little persona. How about we make you I'll think of a name. If you want to work your magic, Ron Valor, you do whatever whatever the shit that with disguise kit. I don't have to use that shit, so I don't really know what's going on. But
Come along, Akshun, time for your makeover.
Okay.
Would I know if the raptors have a specific description of me, or know if I regularly turn into cats on boats?
the likelihood that they have that is very little. But it's not very likely that they have that description of you. If
good.
at all. Disguise kit.
Alright.
Let me make sure that Ron Valor's disguise kit. Yep. Okay. Yep. You can. I wanted to make sure that you could actually use it if you needed to use it.
Right, I can just turn into a cat or a raven or a rat or something, so that I don't need to. Like, I don't need any fancy disguise, but I do think we should try to figure out what they know about us so that we can, prepare for that, because they're going to the same place as us, and it's gonna be more difficult every time to try and avoid them. We have to find a way to, I don't know, deal with them somehow, perhaps.
Okay.
How's my face looking?
Go ahead and make a disguise kit check, please.
Use disguise kit.
This is actually getting makeup for the first
Ooh.
time, so it's very intrigued.
You sort of
Stop moving.
You slick his hair back, and on his exposed skin, you sort of get that bluish line that sort of looks like the tattoos that the Scarlet Sands people have. Oh, excuse me. And yeah, you come out of it, and there's a hand. Mirrors are a little bit hard to place here, or get. But Ron Valor, he looks like a Scarlet Sands person. He 100% looks like he's from the Scarlet Sands.
Wait, Ron Valor or me?
No, Ron Valor looking at you.
Oh, okay.
Ron Valor, no, you definitely can see it.
I would like to roll for a beauty check.
So, how long does this last, Rom? How long is he gonna be looking like this?
Well, it depends on how active he is, whether or not he gets in contact with any water. If you sit in your room and do absolutely nothing, you'll be fine.
Oh, a great trip you have ahead of you, Akshun. We'll bring you food.
Awesome.
I can give you a berry.
I'm a cat in a room on a ship.
Now, if you want to
3
look that
days.
handsome all the time, I do charge a fee, but it would be possible to make you look this good every morning.
How good do I look? Can I roll for it?
Fantastic.
How good do I feel? Rather?
Go and make make an insight check on yourself. Because even Elix is there, Sorshana everyone is there, and as they're looking at you, you definitely feel like sort of a different person. Elix has pulled out her black book, and she looks at you and she says, "Well, that being said, you look like someone from the Scarlet Sands. So, why don't you go by? Why don't
This is one of my better works, I believe.
Why don't you go by the name Sifu Sin, and you are a priest of the sun.
Yes, I do like seafood quite a bit.
Sifu Sin, full name. You have to say the full name. Sifu Sin, because Sin
Sifu
is a
Sin,
title.
got it.
Sin is the title, like Nez. You always say Nez when you're referring to them, correct? So, that being said, Sifu Sin, S-E-F-U, Sifu Sin. That's what you need to say. So you need to introduce yourself if someone asks. Sound good? Because it's good enough for me.
This beautiful face is too nice to be kept in a room. I feel comfortable walking outside. See how it goes.
That's your death.
We'll see about that.
Is it still the middle of the night at the moment?
It's still night. You guys are still it's probably 1 a.m. now. Filson
guys.
is probably trancing at this. Or what are you doing, Filson?
I've actually attempted to leave my room just to again parade the ship and and just try and sort of get an idea of where everyone else is. You know, I'm trying to sort of get intel regarding where the main man with the tattoo on the back of his neck, whereabouts in the ship he is staying.
How
Okay.
long would your intoxicated state last? AKA, are
that's
you
cleared
still
up.
high?
That's cleared
not-
up. It-
not
I
very
was
long.
hoping you were. I was hoping you were in your room with
No.
strobe lights and trance music going on.
No, he only took one hit, so it's not that detrimental. Go ahead and make a stealth check and a perception check, please. Because I assume the disguise kit probably takes a while to happen anyway.
I want to hear if he leaves the room, basically.
Jeez, you're so lucky, dude. He definitely leaves the room.
Okay. Rom will poke his head out. Filson! Filson! Does he turn around?
I don't know, does he?
Does he?
No, I sort of hear the voice behind me, and I mean I know that it's Rom, and I sort of just
Wilson!
I continue to move away as he gets more sort of desperate. But I know that there's no gain for me to turn around and interact with Rom. Like, what is it benefiting me? I don't really care that he knows that I'm leaving the room. I'm just out of there. You know, I've just got a very strong step, and I continue to go.
And as you're perceiving and looking around and monitoring the area, seeing as how your what's your passive perception is like 26 or something, right? 24. So yeah, you know, even though you rolled a 20, it's like whatever, or 23. Your passive perception is 24. It should be 25. That's fine. No, it should be 24 because it's plus 5. And as you're like looking around and trying to observe things, you notice that the crow is staying on what is essentially the mirrored side of the ship from you. If you guys are on the outer edge of the ship on, for example, the port side, he's on the starboard side directly across from where you're staying, on one of those rooms within like 2 or 3 rooms across. And
Okay.
that
So what?
it probably
yeah.
takes you a couple hours to gather that information because people are sporadic, people are sleeping, that kind of thing, and like it's sort of you're going around just perceiving stuff, and you get the accountability of the 7 henchmen that still exist, and the crow is the only one unaccounted for, and then like you're sort of sitting there looking at stuff, and the only room that doesn't open is the one directly across from you. So
Okay. So yeah, then with that in mind, that I'm aware of his whereabouts, I then I return back to the rest of the group in their room.
okay.
I enter the room, and you know
Are we
I
still
just
there?
step in. Where you are? Have you left?
This is
I mean, you're doing this for a couple of hours, so.
Well, no, this is about the time that Rombalor finishes doing the disguise kit on Akshun, because
Okay.
fully disguising like a fully grown humanoid, along with hair and tattoos and stuff like that, would take a long time. I mean, think about us people doing movies; it's like 3 hours of makeup just before they can even go onto set anyway. So I wouldn't see it as out of the question for it to take 2 or 3 hours for doing the disguise kit on Akshun.
Okay, so yeah, I just re-enter the room. Well, I enter the room, and I do look at Action, and then I just sort of, you know, I do give a bit of respect. I utter, you know, nicely done, and then I just sort of stand there in the corner.
How nice of you to join us, Filson.
Yeah, Filson, did you get my message about there being bad guys on the ship?
Yeah, aren't you supposed to be protecting us? I pipe up in the back.
And I look at Action, a little sort of frustrated, you know, with this, because of the idea, this implication that he doesn't believe that I'm not doing what's required to protect them, and I ignore him because I know that I'm already doing. I'm doing my job. You know, why is anybody questioning whether or not I'm keeping them safe?
Well, did you see the bad guys or not?
and then I look at Rom, and because they seem very insistent in constantly questioning about whether I'm keeping them safe or if I've seen the bad guys, I just say it's under control.
They're the Raptors, Filson. How can you say that it's under control? They're looking for us on this ship. Unless each and every one is accounted for, it is not under control.
And then I look at Shorshana and I say, where I come from, we call them the Craptors.
The what?
Oh.
Very original, Filson.
I don't
My-
laugh or smile. I do not acknowledge that I made a joke.
Why do you call them the Craptors?
Well, I'm not going to answer that. He doesn't say anything. He thinks he's in a room with a bunch of idiots. They don't even understand the simplest of
Akshoon!
wit. He tried to come in with this lowbrow humor, and they don't even understand it. They're questioning my jokes.
Akshoon, do your notes have anything on this group being called the Craptors? Maybe we've got the wrong group.
No notes on crafters. Must be totally a different group.
I never said this party was the sharpest tools in the shed.
So, when are you guys gonna leave my room so I can get some shut-eye, huh? Is there anything else we need to discuss about us being on this boat and trying to keep ourselves safe from the quote-unquote Raptors?
I think the only dangerous part of a journey is probably when we're exiting the ship, because that's when all of us are together or forced to be together. You know, I could hide in my room the whole trip, but at some point I need to leave the ship. That might be the issue.
Do all the rooms have bathrooms, or do we do a shared bathroom with the rest of the ship?
Your guys' rooms specifically have a bathroom in them that involves
Okay.
plumbing, but there is a shared bathroom that can be used if need be.
Okay. Well, our problem is not just with exiting the ship. It's also once we are in breach, we gotta look for where Davron has gone. And to be honest, we are not that well known in breach, so it's gonna be hard to try and hide ourselves from them. Is there any way we can deal with this group while we're on the boat? Ship?
You do have a point. We're probably gonna stick out like a sore thumb on breach. Huh?
Absolutely. And it's going to be way more difficult to keep your disguise on during that. And if we're going to question around about where we need to go, we're going to get noticed very easily. So
Yeah,
we
say
need to find
Grey
a way
Man.
to deal with these.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Okay,
Go for it.
Gray Man, are you skilled in the art of assassination?
Well, okay, and then I look at Rom and I sort of give a bit of a smirk, and again this time I reveal underneath my cloth not only the shotgun that I have, but also the short sword and the rapier that's sort of dangling from these chains between my legs.
Excellent. Okay, so as your leader, I think what would be a good idea is by one, if you're able to pick off the Raptors, because most of us were, they're looking for us, but they won't be looking for you. So I think what you should do is one by one, if you could catch them off guard somehow, and I think that would be the best plan of action.
And I can help by checking where they are. I can turn into a cat and see if we can find any patterns in their movements, see when they're alone.
I think it would be very smart if you just push them off the edge after you're done, so to get rid of the evidence.
Okay, so I'm looking around at the wall and I'm getting noticeably frustrated that this sort of party of people are attempting to tell me how to do my job. So I just look around at the room. I just go straight for the door. I leave the room, and with that in mind, I'm out of there. And I do make the attempt to go back now to the room where I know the leader is, the guy with the tattoo, Because I want to go into his room and approach him whilst he's sleeping and wake him up and question him without him seeing who I am, holding him down on his bed and in the darkness he doesn't see me.
Okay.
When he left, I turned into a cat and I'm following him. Following Filson.
Okay, go ahead and make a stealth check, Filson, and make a perception check, Sorshana. Wow.
Damn.
Okay, I mean, if we could roll below a 20 at some point, that would be cool. Okay, so you can use your thieves' tools to attempt to pick the lock on the door if you would like. So if you go, what, did I add that to the front? Oh, nope, he's got it already. Fuck. I mean, sure. You go to pick the lock and you sort of, and with your stealth check, you're able to pull it open very quietly. Click. And there's just a sort of humming. I don't know if you guys have ever been on a train before, but there's, you know, that hum that just sort of consistently is happening all the time.
Yeah.
You push open the door, and yeah, the man with the tattoo of the crow on his neck is just laying on the bed, passed the fuck out.
I'm only watching from a distance.
Okay, but I do shut the door behind me. So does Sorshana get in, or is she
I
left
managed to
outside?
sneak in.
Make a stealth check, Sorshana. Add advantage because you're a cat. Or you can
How does that even happen?
a 1
Did
and
I
a
do it
4.
wrong?
No, you definitely
Wow.
rolled, but it's just not.
All right, I get the door shut in front of me.
No, I mean,
Or-
I noticed that there's a cat trying to get in with me because my perception's pretty high. You know, I'm going to
Oh,
notice
yeah.
someone else
Oh,
trying
yeah.
to sneak in with me. So I just sort of give it a kick. You know, I just kick it back out.
All right, I'll walk back to the group and I'll tell him that he went into a room that wasn't his. He picked a lock. I obviously don't know that it's the crow's room. So, did I get a glimpse of the crow in this bed, or would I have not seen that?
Make a perception check. I'm gonna say, just to see if you did not get the look on to
No.
see if it was the
All right, I go back to Robin next to you and say, hey, so Filson just lockpicked a room that wasn't his and went inside, kicked me out of the way. I have no idea what he's up to, but it's definitely something fishy.
Well, he's probably going out and executing the brilliant plan I came up with.
Yeah, probably, Rom. Who are you kidding?
Okay, so what are you guys doing? Okay, so sorry to completely change the thing, but Filson is having a moment, I suppose. Okay, so Filson, you get into this room, you're quiet as shit.
So all I'm gonna try and do is I want to make sure I want to wake him up, but obviously keep him so he's silenced. You know,
He
I'm gonna
is
be holding his mouth.
laying on his belly, completely passed out. For some reason, he is wearing armor. Like he's actually
Okay.
wearing his equipment. That could probably be attributed to. Make an insight check for me, actually. You know for a fact that he's nervous as shit.
Well, this is after I've woken him up, or this is before
This
he's...
is before you've woken him up. And we're going to switch.
Okay.
We're going to change the ambiance a little bit. To be a bit more fitting of a murderous rampage. We're going to pause Forest Day. We're going to go to my new playlist. And if it's too loud
Okay.
for you guys can go to the music and turn it down if you have to.
This is perfect. So I'm gonna go for him, and then very quickly I'm going to grab his shoulders, twist him over, and then immediately as he's over, I'm gonna slam my hand down onto his mouth, but make sure that I'm close enough so that he can smell my breath. He doesn't see me though. The room's pitch black, but I'm very, very close to him, and I'm just sort of just speaking into his face, into his eyes, as I just say to him, well, 1 down, 7 to go. You must stop if you know what's good for you. And then I take my other hand and I start to pressure my thumb right into his neck with the intention of putting him in severe pain and leaving a slight mark on his neck because of the pressure that I'm just forcing into his jugular, to the point where he starts to struggle for air. And I just raise the hand off his mouth and I smack him in the head with the intention of knocking him out. I'm not trying to kill him. I just want to send a message, and then I leave the room. So that's what I'm going for.
Wow, serial killer vibes. Holy shit. Okay. Go and make a intimidation check at advantage, please. God, and the music is just getting
It fit in really well.
super tense. Okay, so you're literally like jabbing your finger into his neck, and he's like, and then you punch him, like you slam him in the head, and he just sort of like knocks out again. And he's sort of recovering from it. What are you doing? Are you gonna do your thing that you do, the cool thing that your race can do?
Wait, what is the cool thing?
I'm messaging.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, so as he's waking up, I'm going to attempt to instantly just teleport back to my room before he's able to sort of get any vision of me, or get to turn the lights on, by the bedside. I'm going to try and teleport instantly straight back to my room without him seeing.
In a puff of black smoke, you disappear from inside the room with the door still locked. And you're able to get out completely, and you sort of land directly in front of your door. Not quite fully in your room, but just outside your door.
Okay. Does anyone see me when I get back?
Go and make a
I
perception check.
reappear.
Go make a perception check, please. Oh, yeah, no. Negative.
No. Okay. And then I just go straight back into my room, and I just lie down on my bed and do the sleeping with the eyes open kind of thing. I'm alert, but I'm resting.
Okay. All right. I've never been more physically uncomfortable than the description you gave, so I... Sure.
No one's planned this out before.
That was like so oddly specific and descriptive. It made crazy. Okay, so you've successfully intimidated the crow. What are the rest of you doing? I assume that you're going to sleep again.
I am still waiting for Rom and Exun to leave my room so I can sleep.
Just having a party in here now. No, we're at least now that we have a plan, I'm gonna just go to sleep.
Yeah, Rom retires for the evening.
Okay. So what we're gonna do is, if it's okay with you guys, we are going to fast forward. Because of the successful intimidation of the crows, none of you actually see any of the crows after that. The combination of throwing one off the ship without them noticing, the whole "hey, I'm gonna shoot you in the face if you don't just leave us alone." Yeah, that was enough. And then the whole teleporting out, it's like, okay, all of that together was you sent a message, a very clear message about leave us the F alone. And with that, you successfully arrive in Breach. And what we're going to do now is we're going to take our perfect timing for a 15-minute break. We're going to go straight to our 15-minute break. And then when we get back, we will conclude this episode with the final half of arriving in Breach and attempting to find Davron. So we will see you guys in 15 minutes. Back into it. Welcome back, everybody, to Legendary Tales. We're back from our 15-minute break. We just had an awkward encounter where Filson just single-handedly destroyed any ability they had to make sure that they were followed. So, that being said, you arrive in the city of Breach. Let me start my playlist. It was supposed to keep playing, but it didn't do it. We're gonna shuffle. We're gonna start with this one. That's probably very loud. All right, let's turn it up a little bit. If you guys have to turn it down on your side, you can turn it down on your side with the music tab.
What time is it when we arrive in Breach?
In Breach, you are not sure because you come out that is in a tower. So let me give you a little bit of a description as you look outside the window of your room, and all you see is pitch black darkness. All of you basically you hear over the sort of intercom or like the tubes that they yell into. That you have arrived in Breach, and the immediate feeling that you get is uncomfortable. You're very uncomfortable in the fact that you look outside. It's supposed to be very light outside. It's like mid-morning. It's pitch black. All of you step off the airship. I assume, is Filson lagging a little bit farther behind?
Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with the area, and I'm sort of just intrigued to see what sort of moves the party will make. You know, I don't necessarily want to be the ones to guide them straight up. I want to sort of see if they're able to use their own intuition to find the way. But I'll be there to make sure that they don't go too far off the correct path.
Well, I mean, Rom will be looking out for the raptors, and if he doesn't see anybody, he'll go up to Filson. Hey, you did you perform the mission? Because I don't see any of the bounty hunters anywhere.
And I jump in. Did you get rid of the bodies?
So I guess I look at the two of you, and this time again I sort of smirk a little bit of a smile for a second, and I just tell them, don't worry.
Jeez, did you kill all of those people?
I just start to step away from the group again. The conversation's done. I don't need to explain myself any further to these people. I know that what I've done has been done, and I did what I had to do.
He definitely killed all of those people.
Oh, shoot. We
He
can't
definitely
fuck with
killed
that
them.
guy. We can't fuck with that guy. He's scary.
Now I know what's under his pants.
Some huge balls.
I want to make a perception check on if I do, because we see anybody of the raptors or not?
No, you don't see any of them.
Do we see anything else that stands out as we walk off the ship?
As you walk off the ship, you are met by not sky, but a mysterious brown cloud directly above you. You're looking through a very large crack in what appears to be the ground, and you have arrived, and you are underground. You've descended, and as you're looking up, you can see the large metals, like sort of upside down spires, as the buildings of Breach are essentially mounted to the wall. And instead of seeing the ground below you, you see what seems to be an infinite pit into pure pitch darkness. Down below you, you see a handful of torches moving about, and there's some lanterns and some other things that look all around you. There are people. There are lots of people all around you. They are a little bit here, a little bit there. They're in their own secluded groups. Very few people, if any, are walking by themselves.
What is the sorry, like what are the most common type of people I see in terms of race?
Make a nature check.
Nature.
There are Drow, there are Duragar, there are Svirfneblin. There are a handful of only things that you can describe as monstrous creatures. There's a handful of bugbears who are actively in shackles being dragged along in a chain gang.
And what is like the air quality and temperature like? Is it very cold or is it very hot?
It's very hot.
And we are well rested, right? We don't need to rest anywhere.
You are very well rested.
Guys, I don't like this place one bit. Shall we just go to the alchemist, or try to find the alchemist, see if we can catch any sign from Davron anywhere?
Yeah, sure. That sounds like a good plan to me. Rom is currently sneaking over to the edge of the pit, and he's gonna kind of sneakily toss a pebble in and just kind of like glance over.
It just keeps falling and falling and falling.
Is there any birds around?
Nope. There are no animals at all. Actually,
Is
make
this
a
the time
perception
place
check.
where? Okay. Oh wait.
There are some creatures that you've never seen before. But they don't appear to be beasts. Make a nature check for me, please. You're not really sure what they are, but they are definitely not beasts.
Okay. I would like to turn into a raven and fly around and see if I see any kind of sign. The sign that is silver in, what was it, silver in gold?
The
alchemist sign?
alchemical symbol for silver, painted in yellow.
A yellow, that's the one. Yes. I'm gonna fly around, see if I can find that, please.
And in specifically in Breach, you don't actually see it specifically.
I've flown all around, it's nowhere.
It is on one of the houses on the outskirts of basically the way that Breach is set up is they have a very large center pillar that is hanging from the ceiling, but also bolted, essentially anchored into the side of the wall. And what it does is it curves around. It's sort of, they refer to it as the spine. And the spine comes down, and then from there they have large platforms that housing is built on top of. Whether it's a slum, whether it's a whether it is a mansion, whether it is all sorts of it just depends on what kind of housing is built upon the platform. Determines the size and shape. But that's how that's how Breach is actually set up. Is it's a very large pillar in the middle. A very large pillar in the middle that just has all sorts of things branching off of it. Whether it's warehouses, it's airships, whether it's it just depends on what is anchored there. But when it comes to it, there's a house on one of these platforms by itself, and it is the largest platform of any of the platforms that you can physically see right now. And it is a massive mansion that has the alchemical symbol for silver painted in yellow on the gates of the house.
So I don't even need to turn into a raven to see that.
Nope.
Okay,
No,
then I
you would.
don't
You
turn
would.
into-
You would have had to
you would.
fly. You would have had to essentially fly over for a while to look at all the housing and buildings and things like that.
Okay. So I fly over. Afterwards, I come back to the group and say, "Well, I know where to go. It is a massive house with the alchemist symbol on it. So let's go. Let's see what is there. It's like a massive house on one kind of platform. Looks very suspicious, but I think we should go there anyway."
You might want to be careful turning into birds or any sort of animals. These people look like they'll eat anything.
That is fair. That
And
is
it
fair.
doesn't
We're
seem
extra
like
careful.
there's a lot of animals here, so you actually might stick out more if you're in animal form.
True. I'll stay in human form for now.
Am I still in my beautiful makeup?
That's 3 days ago.
Probably,
doesn't
at
last
this
that
point,
long.
probably not. Not without constant maintenance.
Would you like to be?
You know? I'll think about that for a sec.
This the pit that Rom stepped up to. Do we know what's at the bottom of that pit?
Make a history check.
I would like to make one too.
Akshun, you know that the bottom of this pit is actually a portal to the realm of Eternus. So you don't die. You get transported to the pocket dimension of the death god himself. So you just not only do you die, you are removed from existence to the point where no one knows that you exist anymore.
Oh, jeez.
And you never existed to begin with.
So there's no way. There's no return route.
Nope,
There's not
at all.
There's no other portals around. Okay.
I tell the party this and tell them best to not jump down for any reason.
Yeah, I won't. Thanks for the warning.
Oh, thank God. I was going to jump down a giant, never-ending pit before you said that, but...
I saw you were looking under that pit, you know?
All of you make a perception check for me, please. As you guys are looking about Ron Valor, you remember that chain gang of bugbears I told you about?
Yes.
Just as you're like sitting there looking over the edge, they're brought to the edge of the pit, and one of them is thrown into the pit, and they're all dragged into the pit, and they fall.
Oh, Jesus.
Who is doing that?
One of the drow. They're accompanied by a group of about 10 or 15 drow, and two of the drow grab the first bugbear and chuck him off the edge.
Are they in some sort of uniform or like?
They are, but you do not know what uniform it is.
Well, that is awfully barbaric.
Well, if the pit works like that, wouldn't it mean that the moment that they disappear, we didn't even know they were there to begin with?
Yeah, how
Or is
does
that not
that
how
work?
it works?
Are you gonna wait around and see?
No. I mean, isn't that how the Pit of Eternus works?
Well, yeah. How long does it take for them to reach the actual portal? Like, how long do they have to fall until they get to the portal? How
4 days.
incredibly deep down is it? 4 days until they reach the portal.
So technically, if our character stands around 4 days, then we would forget about these guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do the drow do anything to my... I just kind of said that out loud.
No, they actually are sitting there laughing.
Why? What's wrong, Ron? I didn't notice it, right? That they threw
No,
the
you
bugbears down,
definitely did not see it.
So I heard Rom's
Action,
exclamation. It's like, what's wrong?
Action, and Sorshana didn't really see it. Filson, you knew that this happens on a regular basis.
Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, I'm aware this is a thing. Yeah.
Rom will walk away. He'll sort of beckon to follow him because he doesn't want to be around that pit any longer.
Action is currently thinking about his friend Dovron and the kind of environment that he must have grew up in. Kind of just factoring all of that in his head for now.
You know, they just took perfectly capable servants and chucked them into the pit.
That... Like, are you sure?
Yes, I watched them. It was like 8 of them.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. A good waste of labor, in my opinion.
I need you to make a nature check for me, please, everybody.
Oh my god.
Sorshana, you are now realizing that you actually know what the nature of the beasts are. They're not beasts, they are demons.
The things that I saw earlier when I was a bird.
They were not beasts, they were demons. Just straight up
How many of these are there?
Specifically devils. Or actually, were they devils? Or they are demons. They're not devils.
What do I know about these
There
things?
was a handful of, you don't know what they're called, but they are specifically centaur-esque, except they have a large demon-like body, and then they have a huge tail that has an actual natural bone scythe on the end of it.
Okay.
You're
Do I
not
know
sure.
what they, like, do?
They trample
like-
people to death.
that's their sport?
Their spiel for these guys, though, specifically, they are actual living war machines. And a lot of them have these large crystal formations that are protruding out of their bodies.
How many of these demons are there? Like within eyeshot of where we are? Are they close? Are they close? at all?
In your current eye shot, you can see about 6 of them.
How close are they?
They're about
Can they
100.
hear
They're
us?
about 100 feet from you. No,
How
I'm
much-
sorry, the drows are the demons, or?
no. Any
No.
beast-like monsters that beast-like creatures that exist here are not beasts. They are actually demons.
Okay.
I tell the group what I'm seeing.
So,
is like,
so
guys,
if I describe to you, hey, there's a dog, it's not a dog. It's a demon.
would the rest see them as animals still?
Probably.
Because you're saying that I see them.
Yep.
You guys, I need you guys to take a closer look at the animals that you're seeing, because they are not animals. They are actually straight up demons.
Is it what's sort of the sounds in this area? Is it very noisy? Is it very quiet?
It's a combination of like cave, like dripping water. Every once in a while you'll hear someone screaming bloody murder. But the generic sounds of people talking to each other and all sorts of stuff.
So would a shotgun sound be out of place?
Very much so.
Oh, okay, never mind that.
Not without a suppressor or some sort of way to make it a little bit more quiet.
Am I able to run up the side of walls?
No, you're not a monk.
Okay.
You could try and climb if you would like to.
I want to climb up and try and just kill one of the things that Sorshana's just pointed out.
The
I'm just gonna climb up and kill it, and I want to come back down and tell the group don't worry about these things.
You know, your character knows for a fact that if you were to try and want to kill one of these things, that it would not be possible.
Okay.
And it's purely because the second, like, they all aren't wearing uniforms, but they all appear to be part of the same group. And they have been known to take down giants with relative ease.
Okay.
So what else do we already know about the demons, or is there anybody that would know more about these? That we have to avoid them, or what do we do to not have them like be of any influence to us?
I mean, are they a threat to us? Do they care about us any more than the
They
rest of the people that's in this area?
They don't appear to be
Don't-
caring
no.
about you at the moment.
Okay.
Why are we here
uh,
again? I don't like this place.
Me
Guys, we
neither.
gotta try to find Dovron. Otherwise, he might suffer the same fate as the bugbears that Rom just saw go off the edge. We need to find him ASAP. And in his letter, it said we had to find the alchemist place with the logo silver on yellow. I think we should go to that big mansion I saw that has that logo on it and find out if there's anybody there that knows anything. Maybe not necessarily straight up say that we're looking for Dovron, because he does have probably relations here that might not want to see him alive. So maybe we try to casually see what's up with bugbears in general. Maybe.
All right, well, it's as long as Filson is between us and those dogs, then I'm good to go.
As we walk past the pit, am I able to sort of shove Rom over the edge and then quickly grab him and pull him back, and then sort of kick him forward as he leads the group of us?
You could probably knock him off center a bit, and then like sort of catch him, but
Yeah.
remind him that his life is in your hands, essentially.
Do I see him coming?
Probably not. Let's be real.
All right, when he touches me, I go invisible as a self-defense mechanism.
And when he does that, I sort of hesitate and go, "Oh goodness, he's gone down there," because I've just shoved him and disappeared. So I'm genuinely, for a second, I'm like, and then I sort of just look around and shake my head and walk on.
Do
I'm
we
like,
see
well,
this?
If he's dead, he's dead. If he's done something else, he'll be fine.
Shoshana, I think Rom just jumped off. We don't see him anymore.
If he was walking in front of us, we would have seen him turn invisible without anything else, correct?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, don't worry, Akshun. He's right there, and I push at him in the invisibility. He's still there, so I can feel him.
Rom will come back out. That was not funny, Filson.
And I'll just reply, yes,
Yes.
yes.
Alright. How long is the walk
Rom
to
will
the
now walk
place?
so Filson is between him and the pit.
Okay.
That's
And
it.
what-
How
He
long
just
is the walk to the
he
place?
just wants to be away from the pit.
Say that one more time, Zoshana.
How long is the walk to the pit? Not to the pit. Sorry, to the
the
alchemist place.
About 15 minutes.
Do we see anything on the way there that is noteworthy?
Yeah. Well, what language are the signs in?
The
Or if
languages,
there is
the
any sort of
language
things going on.
science are all in Undercommon.
And who else speaks that in the party?
No one.
I do not.
Just me.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, it's a good thing we know what the sign color is, because I can't reach any of these words.
Exactly what do we say to the alchemist when we do finally meet him? Especially if you want to keep Dovron's profile on the down low.
We can always just see what the building is meant for initially. Like, if it's an alchemist, then we, could look for some potions. We could strike up a conversation about the bugbears we saw falling in the pit and see what the deal is with those. And if he holds any bugbears, considering most of the bugbears here are slaves, maybe he knows some bugbears, and, we can feign interest in that. Maybe we want to be wanting to have a slave. I know Rom would.
How do you guys feel about bugbear slaves overall?
I mean, I feel that every life should be treasured. I don't believe in, or I don't agree with enslaving anybody. Because I'm a nature person that believes that every being is, having its own right to live their way.
Not really my cup of tea. I prefer having servants who are underpaid and overworked. like the gods intended.
So like slaves.
No.
Well, let's be on our way. I think having the fake ruse of being interested in potions is a good in.
And maybe for the sake of an inn, maybe also Rom, you could pretend to want a slave. I think you could fill that role really well.
Really? I give off slave master vibes. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty
A
naturally,
little bit.
actually.
Yes.
Yeah. The whole overwork and underpaid. I think you're right in.
You guys are dicks. Hey, say Filson, are there any bugbears here that are not slaves? Or is there an expectation that they're all slaves?
But they were slaves as soon as they were born.
No. Well, okay then. Right. Slave Master Rom leading the way, looking for bugbear slaves.
I need each of you to make a little perception check for me, please.
Just a little one.
Sorshana and Akshun, you notice some very strange things that are crawling along not next to you, but coming towards you from the opposite direction as you're walking down this sort of little street. They appear to be that they used to be humans. But they have attached to... So, essentially, if you were to take a human, rip them in half, turn their torso around, or their bottom half at their hips around, sew them back together, attach a spider that appears to be grabbing them, chop their hands off and put blades on for hands, that's what's coming towards you right now.
Great.
And there seems to be
I warned the group. How fast are they?
There's between 6 and 10 of them.
How fast are they?
They're not very fast. They're just crawling along.
Say,
I
Go ahead.
make Rom and Filson aware of what's coming our way on the side. I don't know what that is, but maybe we should try a different route, because that's not right.
And directly behind them, there is about 50 to 100 small porcelain dolls walking behind them.
The fuck is happening here?
Well, how
Is
big
this
are
all
these
the-
dolls?
They're about a foot tall.
Filson, are other races okay to be here? Are humans safe? Should I be something else?
So at this point, I do start to look around. I'm looking for sort of an alternative way, rather than the way ahead. I'm looking for sort of to see if I can find any sort of side passage or door that we can sneak through or at least wait inside to try and get away from these people approaching. As I know that there's no way we could continue walking towards them.
Okay. As you're trying to attempt to swing off to the side, there is a sort of alleyway you can dip into. It doesn't have an exit on this side, but you can sort of wait there until the whole parade moves past you. And the sort of clinking of metal on stone passes you as you realize that it's not just the hands that have been turned into blades, but it's also the feet as well. And the feet have been, so essentially imagine that your hips are faced outward, but your torso is faced downward, and that's what it is. So their hips and pelvis are in the air, and their knees are bent the right way, but they have like these two claw-like fingers that are made out of metal that are clinking along the ground as they sort of walk like this with their blade hands like sinking into the stone. So it's like ching, 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 as they crawl along the ground, and it turns out that there's 9 of them. And then directly behind them is a little entourage of these porcelain dolls that are all ticking as they walk, and then you can hear the sound of metal on metal clinking noises as they're moving, and they sort of click towards you like this. They go and then they all look at you in the alleyway as they're moving past you.
But they continue moving while doing
They
that.
continue moving, yes.
Holy shit.
And
Are
then- And as you're
Are
sitting
the-
there, you hear a little from all of them. There's sort of just this sort of very loud screeching almost that you can hear as their body parts move together. And
are
directly,
the
go ahead.
quick question? Are the 9 dudes walking in the front? Are they walking on 4 legs essentially?
Yes, they're walking on where their hands used to be and where their feet used to be.
Well, that's creepy. Did they pass altogether? Like, are they gone?
They are gone, but directly behind them is a very finely dressed woman who has a very billowed out Victorian style dress, and she sort of has, you know, those like the marionette crosses with all the strings on them. She has a pair of those, and she's sort of walking and like jingling the things, and she seems very happy, and she has a great deal of makeup on, and she has rosy cheeks, and she sort of looks at you guys with hollow eyes, sort of the 1,000-yard stare, because when she moves her head and she looks at you, her eyes don't move. Her eyes are always straight forward.
Does she seem doll-like essentially?
Yes.
Do we see a correlation between how she moves her hand with the cross and how she moves her body?
They appear to be separate entities.
Rob will
she
just
looking at us
nervously
and
give a
standing
short bow.
still?
G'day.
Oh
Is
man,
there anyone behind her?
make a perception make a perception check, guys. Just real quick. Rom Valor, you notice that she's wearing a mask, and as she sort of tips her face towards you, you look inside, and the mask is showing a little bit, and her mouth is sewn shut.
Is she human?
You can't tell.
Is she like when I bow to her and just kind of say good day, and she turns and bows back? Is that what happens?
She turns down and bows her head towards you.
Okay, and then is she giving the indication she's just gonna keep moving?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm just gonna let her.
Is she
I'm just gonna let her pass.
Did you say that she was on her feet, or is she like being carried upon on some like?
You can't
carriage?
tell. Her dress is very wide, and she.
Oh, but she's on the ground. She's not being carried. Or anything.
She is on the ground. Yes.
Okay.
Guys, I don't know about you, but I am really creeped out about this place even more than inside. I want to find Dovron and get the heck out of here. Should we also try to find Lucas afterwards, though? I don't know how long I could stay here. This freaks me out.
I feel
do,
very.
do you know why she didn't say good day back? It's because her goddamn mouth was shown shut. She couldn't speak back.
I don't know if that's the only reason, Rom. Let's be real here.
Yeah, if you said good day to me, I wouldn't say it back either.
All right. We're here at this hellhole, and you guys want to take the time to take shots at me. Let's get to the alchemist shop.
Okay.
Is there a clear path to the alchemy shop, like avoid from this entourage?
The entourage has moved all the way past you.
Okay.
You've moved. You can move back into the street, and as you're moving back,
Oh, sorry. Can I make a quick perception check on what the other people? Are there other onlookers looking at this crowd? Like, what are their reaction of what this is?
go ahead, make a perception check. They don't appear to be having a reaction.
As in, like, they're bored? This is a common day occurrence?
Make an
Or-
insight check. Yeah. It's a fairly normal thing.
Hey, Philson, who? You seem to know this place a little bit better. Who? That person.
So whilst we step back out, first of all, do we see where they're going? Like, are they just continuing all the way straight back up to the airship? So I'm gonna look that way first before answering.
They are going toward the airship.
Towards the airship. Okay. So I sort of just, I'll look to Rom and I'll tell him it doesn't matter. They're leaving. We'll be fine.
I did send you a Discord message.
Oh.
All right. Well, the man says it'll be fine. So.
And then I'll look at Rom again, and I'll go close to Rom so only he hears, and I'll tell him she is the puppet master of the House of Skin. I'm gonna step back away.
The house of what? The house of what?
I mean, and I continue to walk away. I'm not going to recite anything that I've told him. If he didn't hear me the first time,
Did you guys
not
hear
getting it
that?
the second time.
What did he say?
There's a skin house. A house made of skin, and she's a puppet master. Oh, jeez.
That is terrifying. Why are we here? Why is Dovron here? Of all the places he could have gone to, Jesus. Although
So
that's not what
fucked.
she says, but yeah.
No wonder he's so fucked up.
Would there be any literature on the puppet master that I might have come across?
Oh, make a history check at disadvantage. The best thing that you know of would be that that the House of Skin is one of the forefront, essentially, for the technology of integrating Arcanus into humanoid or into people's bodies, essentially. Like, they're the forefront for people getting implants and things like that. And also, they were one of the noble houses of Breach until it was discovered that they were stealing people's souls and implanting them in inanimate objects to make what are colloquially known as flesh golems.
Well, Shoshana, the reason we're here is because people in Breach have a lot of knowledge about Arcanus, and we need to get that box, I guess.
We do.
But these puppet master people are not a good look. Let's avoid them when we can, and probably don't get tangled up with them.
You know what's not a good look is a house made of skin. Did you see something like that, Sorshana? That sounds disgusting.
I would not, I believe, have seen something like that, correct?
No, you would not.
Yeah, I do not know anything of that, and I'm not comfortable. Let's just go to the alchemist place as fast as we can.
Okay. You guys take about 5 or 6 minutes longer, and you get to the gates of this, essentially a mansion. And from a distance, you can tell that the gates of the house are painted in such a strange way that only when you see them from a specific angle does the silver, the alchemy symbol for silver show up in yellow. So it's sort of like, what are those called? Those pieces of paper that have like the images when you turn it, you see a different image.
Yeah. I don't know what they're called, but I know what you mean.
Optical illusion.
That they have a specific name for it, but that's essentially what it was. And you were flying in a specific direction, and you could actually see the symbol. When you're looking at it straight from the front, it sort of looks like a yellow patina. And the gate, as soon as you step up to the gate begins to shake and rattle, and it opens on its own inward. Lenticular. They're called lenticulars.
So what do we do?
Let's go in. There's a slave that we need to buy for Ram Valor.
I think Rom needs to go first. I don't go in straight away
I
with
believe-
We want to get potions first. We want to strike up casual conversation.
Potions,
about
then
things.
slaves. Let's go.
Just see
I
what they're
believe
here for.
bodyguard Filson leads the way, then Ram Valor.
Okay, so then
would be plausible.
I'm gonna step up to the door, and then I'm gonna see that there's a sign there, in Undercommon, and I'm gonna make sort of a startled expression. And I'll say, and then I'll just turn to the group and say, we cannot enter this way.
Why not?
And then I'll look back at the sign and I'll say, it says closed. Please use the back entrance.
Oh, okay.
What's with the gate? What's with the gate opening by itself? And then we go to the back.
I sent you a message on Discord, by the way.
Well, maybe it's just automatic, but they needed to manually close down for the day or something.
Okay, and I'll gesture to sort of stepping around the side of the house, to the building, towards the back, and I'll tell the group that this is the House of Veins.
House of what?
Veins.
Veins? Oh, jeez.
What is this? House of Skin? House of Veins? Ugh! Get me out.
Yeah, I don't see any veins here. But if anybody's gonna go on through the back entrance, if I trust anybody to do something like that, I trust you, Vilson. You show us the way.
Okay, so I just continue walking around the building whilst they're sort of talking. I haven't stopped in my step. I go around towards the back, and at the back, you can see that there is a sort of a small door clearly open, and I continue up towards it, but I don't enter it. I'm going to sort of stop and wait for the others, to sort of catch up whilst I stand there, clearly without any intention of being the first to enter.
Well, don't act shy now, Filson.
As the rest of you come around to the back entrance, there is a small door that is actually a little bit underground, almost to a basement. It's not like a cellar door where they swing open on top. It's actually a door that's a little bit underneath the standard situation of the house.
And it's open?
It's not open.
Oh, so there's two doors. One is open and one's not.
Yeah, one of the doors is open into the main house, and then there is a basement door that you can walk down a set of stairs to get into.
Okay.
Rom will knock on the door and then back away so he's behind Filson.
You knock on the door, and it swings open on its own.
Okay, when it swings open, can I sort of step forward and just quickly slam it back shut? And then I want to talk through the door, and
Okay.
I want to ask who it is.
What? Who is on the other side of the door?
I'm just making
So-
sure that did it swing open on its own? Did somebody swing it open? Gotta be
Is this
careful.
some breach greeting that I don't know about? Do you guys use doors differently?
Yeah, it's it's a common occurrence that when one approaches the door, that upon opening you instantly slam it shut to show respect to the owner of the property, and that you mean no harm and you have no intention of entering aggressively or with force. You are not a dangerous threat. You just quickly shut the door to show that you do not intend to break into the property or to abuse the
But you're
fact
on
that
the other side of us, correct?
No, I think he just
I'm not
shut the
inside the
door.
building.
Yeah.
No, as in he knocked on the door. The door started to open. I instantly get in and boom, I shut it back immediately.
Hold on. We hear some noises.
They need to know that we're not a threat.
Who is outside my house?
Oh, well, fine. Hello, I'm Rom Valor, and I'm here seeking potions. I hear this is the potion shop, the hottest one in town. Everyone goes here. May I come in?
As you're sitting there, the door swings open again on its own. And
I look at Filson.
standing in front of you is a small old lady.
Oh, hello, ma'am.
Hello.
We've come to purchase some of your potions.
What potions?
Do I get the sense that she's prying for something?
Yes.
Okay. Rommel nervously, Eternus, and winks.
Oh, come inside, because you are friends of the hero of Lonesome Pit. Come inside, pretty. Especially you, pretty one.
Who's she
the
saying?
pretty one?
Yeah,
Who
who's the pretty
she's
one?
looking at?
She's looking at Ron Valor.
Ron Valor's the pretty one?
Rom feigns blushing, but it doesn't actually blush at all.
Make
He's
a
like,
perception check.
Thank you.
Her hands, the bottom of her, like she's not wearing any socks, and her fingertips, her feet and fingertips are bloodstained.
Is she wearing any shoes or is she barefoot?
She's not wearing any
Is she-
shoes.
Is she
You,
human?
Do we know if she's real?
Go ahead and make an investigation check at advantage. She is real, but only in the physical aspect.
Okay,
well,
is
you're
that- yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go.
Well, you're not so bad looking yourself there, ma'am. But you got a little, you got a little. Looks like, you know.
Are your hands okay? Would you like me to help you?
Blood! You got a lot of blood. It's all over.
Yeah, would you like me to get rid of the blood and help you feel better if you need it?
I can't exist without the blood.
Okay, keep the blood.
And that being said, neither can you.
Are
I'd
we
like
able
to keep
to-
my blood, please?
As we go inside, do we need her, or can I sort of kick her out and slam her outside the door? You know, shut her outside. Do we need? Is she an important part, or is she some sort of
Make a history check.
We're here for gathering information. But
She does appear to be a flesh golem of some sort,
Okay, so
but she is linked to the house.
okay, can I sort of pick her up and shake her?
Yeah. you sort of walk up to her and you pick her up, and she weighs like nothing. It's so strange, and you shake her, and she's just like, "Ee, ee, yeah." And then blood immediately starts coming out of her mouth and like spraying everywhere as you begin to shake her.
Is this some like exorcist like projectile vomiting thing?
Yes.
Filson, what the hell are you doing?
Is this a breach? Is this another breach greeting?
At this point, do I realize it's a flesh golem?
Make a history check at advantage, or a nature. Well, make an Arcana check at advantage, please. Yeah.
Do I know she's linked with the house?
Probably
or do I
not,
assume she's
no.
linked with the house? Filson, what are you doing? Put that golem down! What did she do to you?
Golem. That's very rude.
That's a flesh golem, Ron.
She's not that ugly. Jesus.
What does Filson do with all the blood vomiting going on? on his face.
It's just he's ignoring it because. What are you doing, Filson?
Can I try and taste the blood?
Oh no, it's definitely human.
Okay.
I turn to Shoshana. Do you remember the letter saying that we should ask for someone specifically? Was there a name there?
Let me check. Let me check in my memory. Definitely have that in my memory.
Wasn't it Eternus? I
We
just
should ask
remember I was
for
supposed to name
Eternus.
drop Eternus.
Yes, we're supposed
That's
to
why
name
she was letting us in.
Yes.
That's why she considered us friends until Belsev started violently shaking her.
I mean,
What else do we see
do we
in the
know
room?
that she's not upset about what I've done, right?
Oh no,
No.
she's a flesh golem. She's literally not real. So
Ma'am, we're here to see whoever that's in charge of this alchemist mansion. Would you lead us to them?
and she's being shaken. She's like, yeah.
Nelson, put her down.
Okay, I'll put her back down, and I'll raise sort of the cloth up and sort of mop her, tidy her up a little bit.
And she immediately like twitches a little bit, and then she gets on all fours and begins to slurp the blood back up from the ground, rather violently. And she looks back up at you and sort of wipes it off her mouth, and she goes, well, the leader, the master of the house will see you. Beautiful man, flesh, blood. Follow me. And she sort of like walks. She walks awkwardly, almost as if her body parts have been reversed in the order in her brain. So she walks, and when she swings her right leg, her right arm swings with it. So it's entirely unnatural the way that she walks.
So she waggles, because then her weight would also go with that, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sorshana, don't let her drink my blood.
I'll try, Ron, but maybe you got a comment for you. I mean, good luck in being diplomatic on this one. There's a lot on the line.
All right, no pressure.
No pressure. At least Wilson probably got your back. No worries.
You mean the man who jokingly tried to shove me into a pit?
Yeah, that one. Also, the same one that picked up the flesh golem and shook it around like it was a rag doll.
I want Dovron back.
All right, we
I
head
guess
to
we're
see the master.
following the golem.
Okay. She walks down a hallway. She turns left, she turns right, and then you get to these large double doors, which she pushes open with quite a little bit of struggle. And then she sort of stands there and looks at you as the blood drips off of her mouth, and she says, I introduce to you Master Octavian. Master Octavian Vinay. And she sort of goes, and like her head drops a little bit, and then sound of dripping blood covers a little bit, and a very tall, lithe man stands up and says, "Oh, hello. Welcome to the House of Veins. I've heard you reference our master Eternus. Curious, who sent you here?"
Yes. Hello. I'm Ron Valor, and these are my companions. And yes, we're here on a mission of sorts. I believe we may have a bedbear friend in common.
Oh, you are referring to the hero of Lonesome Beat.
Does he go by the name Dovron as well?
It is said that he might.
He's a hero?
He is the hero of Lonesome Pit.
What did he do that makes him a hero?
Let's say that the reason Lonesome Pit is no longer the slave capital of the world is because of the hero of Lonesome Pit.
There's still a lot of slaves around from what we saw, though.
Yeah, but they don't matter. They don't actually contribute anymore other than keeping, let's just say, specific entities in check.
Wait,
Wow.
is that why they were tossing him into the pits earlier?
Yes.
What were they feeding the pit?
You could say that.
Do you guys have to make ritual sacrifices?
If we don't want to be devoured by the Great Devourer, then yes.
How do you know that bad things will happen if you don't?
So if you're to look on your map, you see that there are 5 towns outside of an abyss gate on the edge. There used to be 19 towns, until we figured out that if you do not feed, you get devoured.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Well, that makes that whole thing earlier a lot more acceptable.
Can I make a
When
history check?
the gestation period of bugbears is much faster than the rest of us. It only makes sense.
Stuff like this must have been documented, right? Can I make a history check to confirm this? Or do I just know that this is actually
the
true?
likelihood that you would know this is very, very low.
Okay.
Make a history check at disadvantage. You don't know.
Okay.
Would I know, considering I travel around a lot?
Probably not. I'll let you make the same
Okay.
check if you would like.
Or was it a history at disadvantage? Stats. Okay, so we heard, or Master Octavian, we heard from the hero of the Lonesome Pit that you might know where he is, considering he went to Breach not too long ago. Could you help us out? We're trying to locate him.
It was rumored that he arrived. I believe he disappeared shortly after, considering there are many that are looking for him. Specifically one Monaco Black, at the hands of one Ibon Strong. There are many of us who do not fall into the faction of one Ibon Strong, purely because his lack of empathy makes him the worst person in existence.
If he were to hide somewhere around here, does he know he has a lot of allies, perhaps? Because he mentioned you specifically that we might be able to locate his whereabouts
Well,
in Breach.
That is true. There are many of us that follow the symbol of the alchemist, and we are all allies. But here there's something that you need to remember. Everyone here is fighting to survive. If you do not fight, you do not live. Plain and simply. It's not even being a gladiator or in that way. You have to fight to survive. Those of us who fought long ago to establish the houses, we have fought our battles. We are willing to help those who have not fought their battles yet. Meaning the types of you and the hero of Lonesome Pit.
What is what is the symbol of the alchemist?
The symbol for silver painted in yellow. That's it.
Well, I meant more. What does it mean?
It's an idea that something outside of the breach exists. Because yellow is not the color that you see here. I mean, look outside. It's all black and brown and gray, and then there's blood and there's screaming, and everything about the place that we live is hostile to the existence of people. Everything.
Master Octavian, could you tell us something about the puppet master of the House of Skin? Because we saw her on the way over, and she was very scary. Should we be worried about that?
She is one of the 8 generals of the House of Skin. The House of Skin was exiled, but they still exist because we cannot get rid of them because going to open war within Breach is prohibited for the fact that Union will come down upon us. So, the House of Skin was relegated to the outer reaches of Breach. The current headquarters is in Sut Jetty, but for the most part, they don't. The generals of the House of Skin exist purely to say we still exist. Yes, we fought the war for everyone. We deserve more respect than being exiled for, following the orders of the man we now refer to as he who came before. The people that caused the Great War were the House of Skin.
Okay.
They were the first to discover Arcanus. It is now what powers their war engines, as well as most of their magics, and things like that. I mean, there's one called, Callus. Imagine an ogre that has been enhanced with Arcanus to never die. I have seen his head chopped off, and he lived. That is why they call him Callus. It's because his whole body is essentially made of scar tissue. Callus is one of the worst, and then there is Scarmaker. There is, who's that worst one? There's one who just refers to himself as Pestilence.
All from the House of Skin.
All from the House of Skin.
And they're all generals.
They, well, not everyone. There are the few. You have the puppets who follow the puppet master. You have the amputated. The amputated are directly under Callus. And then you have, who is it? There are many different variations of the house within the House of Skin. The Golem Masters, there's many, and they exist everywhere. They are actively enemies of Breach, as far as we know. Is there a specific person that you are looking for that I can refer you to?
We're looking for the hero of
I
Lonesome
cannot
Pit.
give you to the hero of the Lonesome Pit. I do not know where he is. I have not received
Where
word.
would you suggest us to start looking? Sorry.
I mean, he might be going back to Lonesome Pit. He could be going that direction.
Do you know where Ebon Strong is staying?
Ebon Strong currently lives in Withered Moorage. But he's currently staying, I believe he's in Union at the moment. I believe he's waiting for the great, I don't even know what that shit is called because it doesn't affect me.
Do you know where a Lucas Knight is?
Oh, Lucas Knight resides in the Dead Pier.
And Lucas Knight works with Monaco the Black, correct?
Lucas Knight does not work with Monaco the Black. Monaco the Black is his own thing, and you need to stay the fuck away from him. If you see anyone in black, wide-rimmed hat, stay the fuck away from them.
Well, we believe that the hero is searching for something related to Arcanus. And as far as I'm aware, Lucas Knight is the Arcanus expert in town. Would that be a good place to start?
So the
Can I give him a wink?
thing you need to know about Lucas Knight is he invented the salt bomb. Not only is he imprisoned, he is wanted on every count of anything that you can think of. Basically inventing the one thing that stops people existing in this world. He invented it. So if you're looking for him, you are going to a very dangerous place.
Sorry, you said he's in prison, so he's imprisoned in Dead Pier?
In the Dead Pier, yes.
Is he under house arrest or is he actually in prison?
You could call it house arrest because those of us, I don't say us meaning I'm related, but there are factions within Breach who would call him a hero, and then there are others that would call him a villain. I don't reside on either side of that fence, but the thing you need to understand is that if you go asking for him, those of us who call him a villain will be on your bad side, and those of us calling him a hero would confide in you, but you talking to those people would automatically paint a target on your head from those who are in union. So what I would recommend is don't fucking pick a side. Look for him and the hero of Lonesome Pit and just leave it at that. Oh, and stay the fuck away from the House of Bone.
What is the House of Bone?
A little bit of background, seeing as how none of you are from Breach, except for your friend, who is covered in blood. Obviously, he's fairly old. He understands that there are 5 great houses. There's the House of Bone, there's the House of Veins, there's the House of Skin, there's the House of Eyes, and then there's the House of Flesh.
Are you guys? Do you guys share this political power, or is it constantly trying to backstab one another?
4 of the houses that are currently recognized as noble houses, all of us vie for power in our own way. Mainly saying that what we contribute to the entire nation of Breach is what we contribute. If we could prove that we contribute more, we become in power. Meaning that the House of Veins provides food. The House of Bones provides infrastructure. The House of Flesh provides transportation and things like that. And unfortunately, the House of Eyes, led by one Ebon Strong, is currently in power because of purely the amount of information that they bring.
What is the most important form of currency here? And I don't mean money. What gives you political say and gains in a place like Breach?
It depends on if you're part of a house or not, or if you contribute to a house's contribution to the greater good.
Should we get into trouble? Because we tend to do that. What are some good ways to get out of trouble in Breach?
Getting into trouble can simply be existing in a place that you're not supposed to physically stand in.
Would posing as being a part of a house of some kind, say, seeing as we're allies, if we were to pass ourselves off as House of Veins, would that help us or hurt us?
It depends on where you're standing.
Okay, well, would you suggest, like, do you guys have any, like, badges or anything like that that might be of use, or is it better just to be tourists in this beautiful location?
He snaps his fingers, and the sort of grandma lady runs away on all fours awkwardly, and shortly comes back with a small jewelry box in her hand, and hands them to Lord Octavian. And he opens the box and he says, "Come over here. I will grant all of you technical and temporary rights within the House of Vane so that you can pass without having issues.
Excellent. And what is the House of Vanes best known for? So I can pass myself off a little bit better.
Food.
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 Keep in mind that if you take a mission for us to go wherever you need to go, that there are specific parts of this world and this specific area that your conscience may have a major issue with dealing with. For example, proving that you are of breach is going to be a big issue. Not for your friend, your dark friend over there, clearly. But for anyone else, you may have to kill a child. You may have to throw a child into a pit. You may have to throw an old person into a pit. If you want to be a part of this, you are accepting that contract on your soul. Do you understand?
Rom will look back at his party members.
Actually, just shaking his head.
I
no,
think
I'm
maybe
being-
we should just go, continue looking for Davron in the Lonesome Pit. I think that's our best lead. I do not want to have to throw kids off of cliffs. Thank you.
I'm just saying that you have to be willing to make a sacrifice in case anyone questions your loyalty.
Right. Well, not to worry. Leave all the baby killing to me. Is there? Would it help? Race-wise, or maybe something else to help? Give myself a little bit better disguise, and passing myself off as a member is a citizen of Breach.
I would recommend, if you have the ability, to take a, for lack of a better term, darker form. Because the denizens of this realm are not exactly light-skinned. And he, again, gestures directly to Filson.
Is the ground here dirty? The floor? Is it like
In the house
grimy?
or just in general?
Yeah. Where I'm standing right now.
It's immaculate.
Oh, okay.
And it's like hardwood floors.
Even with the blood golem lady?
She cleans up.
Is there any
cleans
reason-
up her own messes?
Like a Hoover. Is there anybody for any reason who would live here that wouldn't understand Undercommon?
Unless you're a foreign trader of some sort. Probably not.
And a foreign trader wouldn't probably be a part of a house, right?
No.
All right. Well, don't speak Undercommon, so this will be hard.
Let's just pretend we're tourists. Looking for our friends. You get lost, that's fine.
There are no tourists in the breach.
We're the first ones. Touring the planet, touring the world. Surely
At
there's
that
travelers.
One more thing, Master Octavian. I don't, as a scholar, I don't get any information outside of Breach. Would the people of Breach take offense if some of the information is brought out in purely an academic fashion?
If it
Just
leads
in-
back to you, your soul is forfeit to the pit.
You could just say no, but okay, thank you for the information.
No, the thing is you need to understand that they have people here who have been denied citizenship in Union. Denied citizenship in Union. Purely because there are no limits to their power, and their power is far-reaching. If the information gets back to you, you may be a cleric of knowledge, But you are not the only one with that power. Do you understand?
I have heard you, yes.
I'm not just going to say no when you need to understand the implications of leaking the information of breach outside of here.
And I do the zip motion across my mouth.
All right. Well,
So what direction can I point you in?
well, he was supposed to get the box, right? He was going to pay for the box, most likely.
Yeah.
Where was that? Do we
Lucas
remember?
Knight.
Oh,
Lucas Knight.
so he's going to Lucas Knight?
He's in Dead Pier, yes.
No,
That
well,
would
in
be-
his letter he said he was gonna make Ebon Strong pay.
But he
Well,
took the 5,000 gold, which was specifically for the box, right?
Yes, he did. Let's maybe first go
Everyone
to the
make a
lonesome
perception
pit.
check, please.
Uh-oh.
Filson, you hear in the distance very quietly a knock on the door.
What, to the room that we're in?
No, to the front of the house.
To the front of the house?
Very good ears.
Do I do it? Can I sort of, whilst they're having this conversation with Octavian, can I sort of sneak away to go to the door without them noticing that I've sort of left? 'Cause
Sure, go ahead and make
for
a
the most
stealth
part,
check.
I've been standing,
Stealth check, please.
behind the party.
True. Octavia notices that you're gone. The rest of you can make perception checks if you'd like to see if you notice it.
Well, I definitely don't.
Action, would you like to make a perception check?
No, action is too much in the conversation to even notice.
As you sneak away, you sort of go back to the relative layout of the house, seeing as how you came in the basement. You sort of walk up the stairs. At the edge of the stairs there's a door, and you're sort of listening through the door, and you hear someone speaking in Infernal. You do understand Infernal yourself.
I do. Okay.
You do. And he says,
Where are your guests? We must speak to them.
and you hear the little lady go,
We don't have guests. We, no guests here. We saw them enter the house. We need to talk to them.
"What are you doing, Filson?"
So I do want to open the door that leads me into the same area where I imagine what the flesh golem is conversing through the main door to the people, and I'm going to attempt to try and get as close as possible to the actual door without the flesh column being aware. So I want to get close.
Make a perception check for me, please. Fuck.
This man don't miss.
As you're standing there, you can see a very large, other than to describe it as what it is, you see a very large floating pustule.
Well, that's inside of this. Is the door open?
The door is open, and the flesh golem is sort of standing, the old granny's standing there looking directly outside. And all I could describe it as is a giant floating pustule that has many mouths, But the one mouth that's open is the only thing that's not currently sort of seeping pus and blood. Is the main mouth and has sharp teeth.
And it's
What is a
float-
pustule?
A blister. A giant blister.
Oh god, yeah,
essentially.
I should not have googled that. Thank you.
If any,
Excellent.
make a nature check at advantage for me, please, Filson. Even with a 10, you know what it is, and it's called a Sibriex. Sibriex. If you want to Google what it looks like.
SIB. What was it? What was the spelling?
Sibriex.
Oh.
Ah.
It's beautiful. I liked it in our Discord call.
So what does the golem flesh golem lady say
It's
to
just
Sibriex?
and then directly behind that, there's about 12 bar guests that are
Okay, so
basically
12
it's a
what?
lot.
bar guests. They are essentially giant goblin dogs. Barghest.
Okay.
Do I have any idea how they know that we're in this building? How is there any way to tell how they know that we're here?
Nope.
Okay.
Something that you do notice though is on, like, sort of draped around this giant Sibriex is the symbol of the House of Eyes.
Okay.
He sort of has like a chain with the
All right. Well, see. Yeah.
Yeah, he sort of has a pendant that's sort of draped over his like massive, disgusting body that shows that he's a representative of the House of Eyes.
All right. Well, in this case, with this information, I'm gonna briskly just go straight back to the room where the rest of the team is, and I'm gonna tell them that we need to leave immediately.
Okay, what's up? Why do we need to leave?
But at this point, I'm gonna start literally trying to, push people and say we're going. Goodbye, Mr. October. Like, I'm trying to get the group straight out and back towards the back entrance.
If you
Master Octavian, is there a secret exit out of here?
if you guys need to leave, I do have an exit. Because it would appear that the House of Eyes has found you.
What's in a name? All right, where's the
What?
back entrance?
Can I not ask him? I'll be like, I'm gonna look at him and be like, how do you know this? Like, how does he know? How does he know?
Who else?
House of
Who
Eyes?
else would know these things?
Can I check if he's suspicious?
Go ahead and make an insight
I'm a
check,
little
please.
suspicious of this guy.
He is not telling. He's not lying. He's not lying. He's 100% telling the truth.
Someone should take the average of all Filson's rolls this game.
Yeah, what the hell?
It's like, seriously.
He's designed to do one job, and it's that one job extremely well.
Yes. All right, so let's find that back entrance then. Let's not stay here any longer than we have to. No offense, Master Octavian.
Thank you for all the information.
Make your way to Dead Pier. I am fairly certain the hero of Lonesome Pit will be there if he is looking for Mr. Knight.
Okay.
So everyone make a stealth check, please.
And I casted Pass Without a Trace.
Well, I need that. Jesus.
I am gonna make my disadvantage. All right.
No. Not disadvantage. I give you my
Normal.
blessing. of-
So let me delete it.
So it'll be 16.
No, just roll normal. Just roll a normal check. There you go. So, you guys. Sorry, you make your way. Master Octavian leads you down a sort of hallway that goes in the opposite direction, and then he draws a sign in the middle of the room, and directly in front of you a door appears. Just a door with a frame just floating directly in front of you. He grabs the handle. It's like a polished brass knob. He opens it, and it's just black on the inside. You're going to have to trust me.
I trust him. I'll go in first.
Okay, who's in next?
I'll go next.
Yeah, I'm going to be last in because I'm sort of standing watching, sort of to see if anyone's actually coming into the building or on our tails.
Octavius, we know they're here.
At that
Where are
point,
they?
jumps into the portal.
Okay, and then if everyone's in, I'm going to just back into the portal whilst just keeping watch on the door as I'm going to ask Octavius as a sort of step there before I leave. I'm going to look at him a little concerned and be like, I'm going to ask him what will you do?
I will cover. I mean, killing a notable member of the House of Veins is going to cause issues politically, so he cannot kill me.
Okay. Then in that case, jump into the portal as well.
And I will be sending someone to meet with you. Go to Lonesome Pit first. I will send someone to meet you there, and they can take you to Dead Pier without issue. And he hands you one of the signets of the House of Veins, just one. He closes.
What do we find on the other side?
He closes the door behind you, and it sucks out as all of you land. You are currently located just outside of the walls of Breach on the Eastern Road.
Did I not get one of the badges
You did not.
for the House of Veins? Oh, I thought I
You guys are
thought
located,
he asked me to come
if you
over.
Look, if you look at my mouse cursor, you guys are located right
Okay.
about here.
Okay.
What is the time of day?
There is no sky here, so you don't know.
Do I feel tired?
You do not.
Okay.
Is there anything around us? Because it's got to be we need some sort of transportation.
I mean,
The road here is just an actual tunnel bored into the wall, essentially. It's a large tunnel, I'll give you that.
Is anyone or anything else, going along it? Is there anything around, or is it just barren?
There are a few. Every once in a while, you'll see like a trader with a cart, but they are hauling ass. They don't have horses. They have like actual machines that are sort of like tracked vehicles that pull carts along.
so, question. If I would turn into an Allosaurus, how many people can ride on my back?
If you were to
Since
turn
I think-
into an Allosaurus,
Yeah, at the moment, that's the only dinosaur we've added so far.
Mm-hmm.
And they look pretty big. And from the pictures that I can see,
I would say
would be good for riding.
I would say that the three of you could fit on the three of them could fit on
Well,
your back.
Elix is still with us as well, correct?
Yes, and she's just sort of like freaking the fuck out. She's like,
Would she fit as well, or would we leave her behind?
yeah, she could fit if you had to.
Right. Well, as an option, I'm down to turn into a dinosaur and carry us to the way to Lonesome Pit and hope that there's an inn over there.
Is there any like carts that are going the direction that we want to go?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay.
I think that's a better option.
Can I
Yeah, can we
just?
try-
I'm gonna kind of put myself behind people, so hopefully no onlookers see, and I'm gonna turn into a dwarf. I'm gonna turn into Murthrin Broadbarrel.
Okay.
Jesus,
Are
how many
you
forms do you have?
are you gonna change? Why don't I have that name?
I can use disguise kit to change up maybe some of my clothes to make it look, because Murthrin's supposed to be a merchant, so fits pretty nicely to what.
Are you gonna make his skin color appropriate for this area?
Yeah, I'll make him darker. I'm not sure if I'm gonna make him like, I won't make him a Duergar or whatever.
Duergar?
Duergar. I won't make him that exactly, but like maybe he's half or something. I want some sort of excuse that he doesn't speak Undercommon, but he looks like he's, kind of belongs. He's supposed to be a foreign merchant though.
Okay.
Since the guy said that was the best route to go. And then Murthrin will flank down any cart and see if any of them stop.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check for me, please. Oh, oops, I hid your name. I meant to lock it, not hide it. You're sort of sitting there, waving down people, and a cart, comes by, and you're sort of like holding your thumb out, sort of hitchhiker-like, and it stops, and it it's an actual, it's like a drow. Make a perception check, please, Murthrin Broadbarrel. He does have a house symbol on it, but you don't recognize it.
Okay, so he's not one of the main houses?
No, it doesn't appear that he's one of the main houses.
And so he stopped for us?
Yeah, but give me a second. Philson, what are you doing right now?
I'm sort of standing in it's somewhere where I know that I'm not going to be seen, because I know that it would sort of ruin Rom's ruse if this person pulling over sees us all standing behind him. But I understand what Rom's doing, and I'm ready to make a violent maneuvers if I feel that it will speed up the process in us getting some sort of vehicle to take us there. But I'm also trying to work out and be aware of how many people are actually operating this vehicle. Is it just one person, or is this some sort of bigger thing that has multiple people traveling with it?
So the vehicle he's currently piloting is sort of a treaded ATV style vehicle, because it helps. It's an all-terrain vehicle, and it's treaded, so it has like a much larger reach and stuff like that. And he's piloting a set of carts that are all iron, and they are currently closed.
So we don't know what's in them. There's no way to.
One of them appears to be a passenger-style cart, or possibly a livestock cart, but it is currently empty.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I just continue to wait. I'm just sort of listening in earshot of what sort of conversation Rom has with them.
Okay.
As they
So
pull over.
Shauna, what are you doing?
I am standing a little bit further back, a little bit in the shadows, because I realized that if we are going to get a hitchhike thing happening, it would be easier if we are less people, aka I would be a cat, easily fitting in any kind of transportation. So I'm in a position where I would be able to do that without people noticing, but I'm still able to keep my eyes on what's happening.
Okay. Akshun, what are you doing?
I want to take out a couple of the potions I have on me.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to aid. What's Ram Valor's character now called?
Murthrin Broadbarrel.
Yeah, I would like to aid him, pretending kind of being his like henchman, like we're operating some sort of potion merchant kind of thing, and I'm kind of the person that's helping him carrying all his wear, and I'd like to give him help in terms of convincing whoever we're trying to convince.
Oh, okay, 100%. All right, so Ron Valor, we're gonna have you make a deception check at advantage because Action is assisting you. Shit. Okay. What do you say?
The rolls don't stop.
What do you say exactly?
Okay, so quick question. I know the name Eternus. Like, I'm not supposed to have any religious symbols of Eternus, right?
No.
That is the one.
That is
Okay.
like the one religion that you're not like. You're okay with faking a lot of other religions, but Eternus is like the one that, if you do that, the god sort of knows that, and yeah, it's not good.
Do people use Eternus's name in, like, you know, do they swear by Eternus? Like, would this be in the colloquial use of this region, or is it like too taboo?
If someone swears in the name of Eternus, that could actually have actual real repercussions. Physical.
Oh, okay. I'm not actually gonna swear, but like, I would name drop it.
No, people don't name drop because
Okay.
if you're a cleric of Eternus, make a religion check for me, actually, at advantage. And Akshun, if you would like to do this as well.
Okay.
Just because you're both clerics. Eternus clerics are the most despicable people in the world. You give someone the power of the death god and make them all apathetic.
Okay.
People that worship Eternus and have dedicated their lives to him have nothing to lose. That's the difference, is they are so confident in their ability to kill people and be horrible that they have nothing to lose. So you give them the power to just take people's lives away and then give them nothing to lose. You don't name drop Eternus unless you absolutely have to, or you trust the people that you're talking to.
Okay. I got the info I know not to use now. Okay.
Bless you, laddie. Subsa bless you. We've been out here a little bit too long. We somehow lost our transportation. Thank you so much for stopping. I'm Merthin Broadbetter at your service. We here are foreign merchants here, trading with the House of Vanes.
Well met. Where are you going?
Well, we're supposed to take a little bit of a detour here into
Would Dead Pier not be? Would people go to Dead Pier?
No.
Would people go to Lonesome Pit?
Yes.
well, we be heading to Lonesome Pit, yeah.
All right. Well, that being said, I could take you there. But I unfortunately the only place that I have is in it's in my livestock cart. How many companions do you have?
It wouldn't be the last time that, fourth time or last time that Merthin and Broadbarrels slept in a barn. I got 3 lads here, and that'll be all.
4, because Elix is still there too? Or that's including Elix, yes. Never mind.
I pop up at this point. You guys, you can see I have no trouble with being livestock.
I
Very
turn
close to
into a
work.
cat, and I meow, and you gotta, you have to make sure that I go as well.
I can't forget about my kitty.
Oh, you have a familiar. Interesting. What a cute cat. It's been a long time since I've been up top.
Yes, I'm quite cute. Thank you very much.
Not you. Yeah, sorry, it's my dim-witted buffoon of an assistant.
Yes, I know how to barely count.
Oh, he's good for us. Holding shite.
right?
Does this cart have a locking mechanism? Like, as in, if we load up, could we be locked inside?
Potentially.
Yeah, do we know if this person's suspicious at all?
Make an insight check.
I shall also roll insight. Because I'm a cat, do I get advantage?
I'll let you have that, yeah. He does not seem to be ill-intended. He does not seem to have ill intent towards you.
Well, if you don't mind, perhaps the kitty can sit up front with you.
I don't mind at all, actually. It'd be my pleasure.
All right then, lad and lass, load up then.
Aye, aye, boss. And I start carrying whatever we have and act like a servant.
And I limp into the cart as a cat and find
Okay.
myself a nice cozy corner.
And I don't want to go inside the vehicle, so I just sort of climb onto one of the carriages towards the back, and I'm gonna ride on the outside.
Make a perception check at advantage, Filson. Wow. Wow. That's like the first
That's your
sub
first
20 roll.
shit roll.
And even then, it's not actually shit because it's still 13. This guy is associated with the House of Bone.
But that makes sense because it's infrastructure. Oh, we got told to stay away from the House of Bone. But he is too late. He can't say it to anybody else anymore, right?
Yep.
Well, why can't I talk to people?
Unless you're gonna
You're outside.
move to the back cart.
Can I not?
It's up to you.
So do I know he's from the? I know he's from the House of Bone, 100%.
Yep.
Can I just run up to sort of jump forward across the carts towards the cabin that he's in, and hold the shotgun to his face and tell him I know where
Jesus.
he's from?
I mean, sure. So you sort of like jump up to the front of the thing and then you pull the shotgun on him?
Yeah, I sort of fall down to the window and I just have it face straight at him through the window.
No, he's
and I
like
sort-
he's like riding an ATV essentially. Like he's got the little
Okay, so-
handlebars and he's like holding it.
Okay, and I'm gonna. Is there any way to sort of work out if him staying alive is going to bring any threat to the party's journey? Like, do I know if he intends to?
Make another
If
perception check.
if he is suspicious about us?
Or insight. You can make an insight check as well. So before you go and make this decision, you're looking at this man, and he just appears to be someone who transports goods. He's not high-ranking. He is just doing what he's told. He's not high on the totem pole. He's associated with the House of Bones. He's not actually a member of the House of Bones. So as you're looking over the insignias and stuff like that, he does have like a little like a pendant that has the House of Bones on it, but House of Bone membership is something that makes you look different. And he does not have the look of the House of Bone.
Okay. I'll hold back on the running in with the shotgun, and I'll. But with the knowledge that he's from the House of Bone, I'll make sure that I'm sat somewhere that's close enough where throughout the journey I can keep my eyes on him and keep within earshot of any conversations that he has with the party.
Sounds good. And with that, our party begins to move towards Lonesome Pit. And that's where we're going to leave it this episode, because we're just at the 4-hour mark, and that was fantastic. And as long as Owen is cool with playing next week, we could possibly have a 5-man party next week, if he's up to that. If he wants to continue coming on to this series, he's more than welcome to. I mean,
Yeah, no, I think next week. Yeah, next week should be sort of the. Yeah, I can do next week, but
Okay, that's
after
fine.
that, I think I'm going to be busy. But
no,
I
that's
should be able to pop on
okay.
for a
We
bit,
can we can figure out scheduling. We can figure all that out because surprisingly we have a way to do that. You know, Shiver exists, so.
Yeah.
I hope you guys all had fun. I got to do a little bit of world building in Breach. A little bit. We've only hit the surface of the moist egg that is Breach. So, thanks for showing up, everybody. I did not finish doing the Patreon credits. I should have done that. But we will see you next week. I'm gonna post and edit the Patreons to have everyone at least in there. I haven't made them as good as the Seeds of Destruction one yet because I haven't figured out a way to move it over. I did have to say moist, Gareth, because I wanted to make you uncomfortable. Okay? Everyone have a good day. We're playing on Friday for Seeds of Destruction. I'll be posting that. I'm going to see if the bot works on the Discord. But we'll see you guys next week. On Friday. Everyone have a fantastic week. Stay safe. And we will see you here for Seeds of Destruction next week. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Goodbye.